She's too badly injured. Even with both arms amputated, she can barely be kept alive. So loading her up, there's nothing we can do.
Envy and betrayal and no trust. It cost me everything. In the laboratories of Abel's life, I opened my eyes always believed that together we could bring happiness and joy through the sound of the strings, to heal the wounds, to forget the suffering, to let go of the hate. But I never imagined that trust would lead to such harm. Each of us embrace the judgment that is still to
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the Etheria Restart SS5 Vanguard Cup. I am Sean B, and we are together with.
And I'm Bok, and I'm really looking forward to some games. I hope you are too, Sean. But before we crack into that, there should be a code coming up on screen very soon. So make sure to take a screenshot of that, go in game, and get your goodies. Today it is EWS Vanguard. So I heard some good rewards.
Yeah, should be, and I can't wait to see the matches today. We had some fun matches yesterday, Bob, and we had a lot of different kind of teams showed up in the meta to define the meta as well. So I wonder if we're gonna see more of that today.
Yeah, we definitely had some diverse gameplay. Everybody seemed to be coming in with their own little take on the meta, and as you rightly pointed out yesterday, some people were just coming in with one specific unit that was kind of niche to them and then playing around that. So it would be really cool to see if we see anybody develop that slightly further. But we did have some big upsets yesterday as well, with UA dropping out as well as the previous champion also dropping out.
That was shocking to see. But this is Etheria Restart. We can't be seeing the same champion over and over again. And anyone can be a champion at this point because everyone has developed their account very, very strong with so many different units. And we have a bit of an info, and that is actually from yesterday as well, with Nathan being pre-banned 81% of the time. That is crazy. This unit that came out recently is incredible in PvP.
Yeah, he is so strong. But interestingly, although he was banned 81% of the time, in the games that he actually got through, he lost every single game. So maybe something to think about for these players playing today. We did see the Kethos and the Sylvia as the other two most picked units. Both very strong and versatile units, so it kind of makes sense why they're seeing so much play.
Funny enough, Kethos was nerfed, I think, twice at this point
Yeah.
in different balance patches, and he is still very, very strong. One of the most popular character in RTA at the moment, and we don't really see the niche unit that really defines yesterday's matches in these. Kethos and Sylvia, even though they are very, very popular, they were pretty much like supporting the main star of the show most of the time.
Yeah, you'll tend to see that a lot of these units go on 1-2 every single time, and then the players tend to deviate more in that 3-4-5 pick, kind of defining how they're doing their draft. These are more kind of anchor picks that can kind of go in any style of draft. And Kethos, as you rightly mentioned, has been nerfed twice. But still, the disruption of stealing a turn from the enemy is just so strong.
Indeed. And you might wondering yourself, where is Ariel if you're watching the show for the first time? We are playing on a patch where she is not in the game, or they're not allowing the players to use her just yet because she was released very, very recently. But I'm pretty sure if she's here, she's going to be right next to Nathan as well, with her being so strong. But unfortunately, she's not going to be in the tournament. But that allows us to see character like Lilium still being super duper strong, doing massive damage right off the bat.
Yeah, we seen that Lilium, and we also seen yesterday that Lily as well. We were seeing one of the players just locking Lily almost every single game and developing a strategy around that. We seen some Sharon coming out as well, and we also seen a DPS Luvia, or more of a CC comp, with Luvia being the primary DPS coming out from X.
Yep, that Luvia did a lot of damage on her own, mainly because she was pretty much the only damage in that team right there. And the other half of the damage came from Neved providing a CC that pretty much locked out the entire enemy team for the entire match. And they'll just get chipped down slowly by Luvia's skill 2.
Yeah, and as you can see on screen at the moment, Nathan had a 66.7% ban rate across 3,000 plus RTA matches. But as I said, he failed to win in both of his appearances here yesterday.
Yep, he was used by none other than UA, the strongest player on global server consistently throughout many, many seasons at this point. And he couldn't make Nathan work. So one might say Nathan is actually pretty bad. if UA
Maybe.
cannot win with Nathan.
Maybe. I will say though, that was an Amber Nathan. I'm still more of a fan of the Jackal Nathan, so that you guarantee get that speed buff for yourself. But who knows? Amber Nathan is safer.
I mean, safer, but couldn't get a win, so I wouldn't say that is actually any safer at all. I think Nathan was also drafted by Keka one time, and it also did not win the game for him. Funny enough.
Yeah, that is true. That was against a Freylock. I just got outsped.
All right, guys,
Today,
now we're
we
gonna
are
take a look at the overview of the tournament. And for the format, we are seeing best of 3 for the round of 16. And we are pretty much done with day 1. And we're at day 2 now with the quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and the grand final will be in best of 5. But Bok, look at that prize pool. The champion's gonna get a big, big prize.
Yeah, $3,000, and all of these players will be gunning for that. There is still $1,500 for second place and $500 for third place. So still pretty good if you don't manage to take home the full prize. So I wonder who's going to come out on top, Sean. Do you have
I
a
wonder
favorite?
because we had our last time champion and runner-up, Lucky Sunny and UA, both gone from day 1, which means it is anyone's game at this point. So the supposedly strongest player in today's show is going to be Keka, who was third place in the SS4 Hyperlinker Cup. But now we are in SS5 Vanguard Cup, and any one of these players have grown so much stronger over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and as you can see on screen at the moment, these are the players that we have left in the tournament. I just want to point out, because I think this is pretty interesting, we have 3 players from Global, 3 from CN, and 2 from Asia. So still kind of all to play for in terms of which region is going to come out on top this time. Will Asia finally take one home? I know China and Global have both done it. Is it the turn of Asia, Sean?
One thing I know is that one of the Asia server player actually really enjoy using Holden, and Abok really enjoy using Holden as well. So he definitely has a favorite over there, but I'm rooting for one of the global boys.
Well, and we also have Yon Young as a bit of a wild card today. He got a bye yesterday, so we didn't actually see what he's going to pull out. So he's going up against X in our second match of today. Maybe has a little bit of an advantage there because he's seen what X has played, whereas X might not know what he plays.
Indeed, but if you don't know what the enemy's playing, you can probably assume the enemy's going to be playing a little bit of a meta right there, because the meta characters like Kathos and Sylvia are definitely going to be used no matter what kind of playstyle you play, because they are just so versatile.
Yeah, so what we're going to be doing today is we will go through all of the quarterfinals, then we will take a short break, go into the semifinals, another short break before we go through our third place match, and then finally rounding off with the grand finals. And really looking forward to it. We got some massive matchups today.
And we are starting off with the player from the Asia server and a player from the China server. For the global server viewers out there, we are looking forward to X performance together with Mithra and Keka as well. But you can never underestimate anyone at this point. Keka used to be the easy guess for who is going to win tournaments for Etheria Restart, because he was winning tournament left, right, center all the time. But last Hyperlinker Cup show us that Keka is actually not the easy prediction anymore. Anyone this tournament can become the champion at this point.
True, but is this Keka's redemption arc? Is this where he shoots back to the top of the leaderboard and says to everybody, you know what, come get me? Or do we see a new champion crowned this time? All to play
We
for.
shall see. We shall see. And here we have the first 2 players that are coming right up for the very first match of the quarterfinal. On the left, we have Sanshu Mao, and he is top 3 in his own server, RTA leaderboards. And over there, we have Lucky Ilun, who's ranked 6 in SS4, so one of the strongest players from the China server as well. They share similar favorite unit, and that's going to be the Fia Amelia.
Yeah, so Fiat is just one of those super strong units at the moment. We have been seeing a little deviation on the way that people are building her, though. Some people going towards that unyielding oath set and using for the extra healing, whereas some people still kind of favoring bloodbath. We have seen people moving away from that Fortissimo build that we used to see last season, though, and tending to favor more towards the Halloween so that they have that consistent S3 uptime.
Yeah, though the Fortissimo build was an era that I do not want to remember because oh my god, you needed so much healing in that kind of bruiser matchup that Fortissimo was everywhere for the Fiamelia. But we're back to something more aggressive, so I think Halloween just fit better because you need that skill 3 up more frequently to cleanse all the nasty debuff in the current meta.
Yeah, especially with the release of Sharon, and we are into the game. We are seeing Nathan first pick. He wasn't pre-banned, and on the other side, we're seeing a catchy ban. Sylvia and Fia taken, so both Primo cleanses taken with catchy out. Sharon's probably going to get locked by one of these players.
Oh, look at that, but we have a Lily lock. And finally, we are starting to see some Nathan being actually drafted. But Nathan being drafted doesn't mean he's going to get through the drafting phase because personally, I would probably ban Nathan over many different kind of unit. And I don't see a stronger unit than Nathan just yet. Oh, we are seeing that Plume lock that a lot of players trying to attempt yesterday. And I think Plume lock had a win rate of roughly 0%.
Yeah, and here is this Sharon that I was saying was going to be taken. I know that taking the Plume alongside the Sylvia kind of removes that as a form of counter, although we didn't really see it working yesterday when people were picking it. Taking the Lilium into the Sharon is a very strong pick, and then also pairing it with, looking to swap over to the Fushu to get some healing and turn meter push. What is he going to round out the draft with here? I feel like he needs another form of damage because if the Sharon's removed at the moment, he's kind of just relying on Fia.
Yeah, he definitely needs a strong damage dealer. Maybe a Ray Mary banning out of Fuchu, trying to do a lot of AoE damage immediately. That could be the play because he has a lot of support to keep the Ray Mary alive. But it is going to be the Xuan Li because I think Ray Mary is a little bit too slow if you don't plan on banning the Nathan.
Yeah, I think I quite like the Jean Li because you're able to get that consistent damage coming out from the rest of your units as well. So it's not just relying on her. Your other units taking so many turns actually helps boost the overall team's damage.
Is he locking in that Xuan Li though? He's still thinking about it because there are so many other strong units in the game at the moment. The draft can become... Oh, we have the Xuan Li ban and we have the Lilium ban. So less damage for both sides, but over there we are seeing a Fuchu Nathan. That looks absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, this looks super strong. I'm a little... and the Lily outspeeds. I would assume this Loan's just going to jump onto the Sharon, and I feel like that actually could just be game from there. How does he come back from this?
I have no idea. I mean, the Sharon can probably get a quick skill 3 out, but that will probably be the last skill 3 that she would ever do.
Yeah, I mean, the Plume will be able to get the defense break onto the Loan, but on a bit of a clock here, because once the Sharon goes down, this team has no damage.
And also, the moment Fuchu get a skill 3 on, it's going to be almost impossible to kill this Nathan.
Yeah, and will he even land with the Plume onto the Nathan, or is he just going to be helping him boost along? The Plume doesn't land the defense break on Nathan, does importantly on Loan, though.
And I think that is the scary thing about Nathan, which is that I think this Plume with speed buff can definitely outspeed this Nathan, but there's still the big 20% that he will just dodge everything that you do and gain so much turn meter between. But look at the Sharon damage, though.
32,000 damage onto the Nathan with the first proc of the dots.
I think he might have to skill 2 to heal himself here, or else he's going to be in trouble. But he went for the
skill
skill 3 instead.
Looking to get that forgetfulness down. Unfortunately, can't get the forgetfulness on the Sharon because he gave him that 2-turn immunity. So, will survive for a little bit longer, but already pretty low health.
Oh, can he get another skill 3 from Loan into the Sharon? Or else the Sharon's going to be able to pop the Nathan if she's lucky. But That might be challenging though, because the moment you touch Nathan, he's gonna gain at least like 50% turn meter immediately. If you miss it, of
Yeah.
course.
Who do you decide to go for? At the moment, the Lily, he does go for the Nathan.
But I
Oh,
don't
it
think this
only
was
just really broke the shield from the Fushu. And this Sharon's
yeah.
just getting punished by the Luan.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be good enough right there. And more pressure coming out from Lucky Loon. That is gonna be a lot and a lot of damage. The Plume once again missed the Nathan. Back-to-back miss, could not get a single debuff onto the Nathan, which means she also can't land her special debuff that
When the
reduced
Sharon's
speed.
out, S2 just kills off and then heals most of his team back to full HP. And now he
And
can. And that's GG. Game 1.
And you know,
That
we
was
know
quick,
why
though.
Nathan is always pre-ban, and we finally see a game where he actually dominated.
Yeah, Nathan got his first win. I do feel like, though, the MVP of this match was probably just the Luan. As soon as you get that Luan S3 onto the Sharon, I feel like the game's just over. I think he needed to outspeed with the Sylvia to have any sort of hope of winning, but as soon as that Lily outsped, it was kind of GG.
Yeah, I think it's just really, really hard to get the Sylvia to outspeed, because I think her base is already not too fast, because if her base speed is like 125, 126, that will be super broken. But her base is just gonna be able to catch up with the Lily. And Lowen, my goodness, I think from the day she got released, she has always been the answer to any OP things that get released after her or before her.
Yeah, she is probably the best unit in the game into single threat comps because you can just jump on that one threat and you know you're going to kill them. Especially after she received a buff this season where her exaltation reduces healing all the way to, I think it's 80% reduced.
And also her skill 1 damage get boosted to very, very high. So her damage, her utility got so much better. And thanks to the nerf to the Archon card, she came back really, really strong, being one of the most popular unit to counter anything that you find annoying. Whether it's gonna be Sharon, Nathan, Ray Mary, Lowen is always kind of there.
Yeah, and we're seeing the key animus on screen at the moment. It is actually that Nathan going for the Jackal build, running Gladiator, Swift, Wellspring, and Swift Smite. Probably more of a common build that you see on Nathan, trying to get that extra little bit of health on him so he can deal that bit more damage. Probably running him slightly slower than some of those top speed Nathans that you see that are 370 plus speed.
That is absolutely insane. But not being on Bulwark is kind of vulnerable to Luvia. But once again, we're getting to a drafting phase, and Bog, I am seeing the Nathan getting first pick by Lucky Loon.
Wow, Nathan getting through draft again. Going for the Sylvia on the other side. What will he pair this time with it? Does he go for that Fiamelia again, or does he switch it up? He is going for that Fia again. Pretty confident in the draft so far then. Must have just thought there was something that went slightly awry. Maybe it is that Luan, because he's pre-banned the Luan this time. Thinks that the draft will work if Luan is just taken out of the equation.
Oh, but I'm not too sure about picking 2 healers in your draft though, because once again, I think he's probably gonna lock the Sharon into like a Sean Lee situation right there. But he's giving away turn 1 to the enemy unless he has like a super crazy speed hidden in the 3rd pick here.
Maybe he has one of those super fast Luvias that he's just going to take on lock now and punish the fact that he knows there's no bulwark on that Nathan. Could just send the Nathan away. And no, instead is locking the XL. So guaranteeing that he has that extra damage coming out from the rest of his team this time.
Oh, locking XL. I'm not too sure about this move right there. It used to be like a very popular move, but it doesn't look so hot in the current meta. And we are seeing a Catchy the Guard being drafted as well. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe the draft's going to show up on the screen very, very soon here. But we got Catchy the Guard getting picked up together with Nathan, Lily, and Xuan Chi on one side, with double healers, Xuan Li, Sharon on the other side.
Yeah, so actually switches over from Catchy to that Asal at the last second and then is deciding to go with that Fushu on 5. Just waiting for him to lock that to confirm that. He does. He locks the Fushu. So this might signal that he's actually going to be pre-banning or post-banning the Sharon because he didn't want to go for that cat cheat. And yeah, the Sharon is out as well as the Asal. So Nathan getting through the draft again, Sean.
But then the enemy actually picked up a Didding to counter Nathan. And from my experience, it worked decently well if you actually land your thing. So he really need to pray that he land his thing. That's pretty much it. If he missed that onto the Nathan, then it would be a pretty big problem. But it looks like this Didding is really, really fast, and he has a very good chance of landing the debuff onto Nathan. That could also counter Shang-Chi, also counter the Fuchu. Pretty good choice right there.
Ooh, interesting. I thought he would go for the S2 there on the Lily to get the speed boost before he goes. But the Sylvia is on Strive, so she pushes ahead. Will have the option here to S3, or does he just go for the S2?
Maybe he wants to somehow control the Fuchu, but I don't think that's going to be worth it because you need to spend the S2 onto the Fuchu, and that's going to expose yourself to being slow by the Nathan. But he might just do it with the skill 3 here.
Importantly, the S3 from the Lily did reset the cooldown of the Zhongli, so he's one turn away from that. He needs to get a full rotation with the Zhongli before he can get that S3 up. Okay, does he land? He lands on everybody with the Ting. That is massive.
Yep, that is a giga huge, especially onto the Nathan. So that now we are kind of equal in terms of speed, and he will potentially enjoy a little bit of speed buff from Shuanli if she get another turn here, because unfortunately she got touched by the Lily skill 3, so she is not doing any of her magic anytime soon.
Yeah, but interesting position now because he can't really afford to press the S3 on the Sylvia because then he will remove that torpor that he's kind of drafted this Ting for, so it would make it redundant.
But he can S3 with the Fia here, get a bit of healing, get a little bit of pushback right there. So the Sylvia cannot S3, but I don't think he kind of need that anymore because he achieved what he's out to do, which is to land the skill 3 of the Didding, trying to buy time so that he can set up his combo. But he really needs to get something going here because the slow and the torpor is running out anytime now.
Yeah, and he will get that S3 up now with the Zhongli. Really important for him because with this team, I think that you need these time weave procs to actually kick in so that you can get that Ting consistently proccing the torpor onto this Nathan.
All right, no cooldown reduction for Didding just yet. The rotation is going to not last, and he needs to do something about it. Unfortunately, he cannot S3 with Sylvia, and that's the awkward thing about Sylvia if you're playing with a lot of debuff yourself, is that you kind of not want to S3, so the Sylvia lose half of her value, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he has that immunity up on everybody, so doesn't really want to press the S3 on the Nathan. This Zhongli, though, isn't actually doing all that much damage through the Fushu. The Fushu's just healing back all of the damage that they're taking.
This is the very crucial moment because the Didding has one turn cooldown to skill 3, but the Shuanli could potentially help him get another skill 3 out right here and turn the table for his team before the Shang-Chi and the Nathan start doing massive damage onto his team.
Yeah, it's a very important turn coming up here. He got a time weave proc on the Fia, so he has the S3 back on the Fia again. But will it proc on the Ting?
Here we go. Ting getting that turn right there. Very, very soon. Can he get it? Because if he does, and he land on the Nathan, then it will turn the game around. He did not get the skill 3.
Get it.
So you got to wait for a little bit longer right there for the Ting to get some action back.
He does actually have the option here, though, of pressing the S3 on the Sylvia, which will boost his Ting back up, push the rest of the team back, and he will guarantee get it.
Finally, he can actually use the Sylvia S3, giving some value to the team, removing all of that speed buff on both sides. And now, once again, it's going to be a quick little gamble, but he will have to let this Shang-Chi take a turn, which in turn might boost the Lily and the Nathan.
Ooh, this is getting pretty dicey. Does the S3 land again? No speed buff this time. Oh, everything lands! That is massive!
He got everybody, and some of the Shuanli still missed the crit on the Nathan, unfortunately. But that is absolutely huge for his team right there because it counters everything on the side of Lucky Loon. And now the Shuanli is going to start to hurt this Nathan.
This Fushu, though, is consistently just healing through. That's the thing about Sylvia into Fushu. When he pressed the S3, he basically just extended the length of the S3. The Nathan, though, full healing with the S2.
But the good thing about Fuchu, or the bad thing, is that the S3 is actually running out very, very soon here. So the moment you don't have the Fuchu protection anymore, it's going to get really dicey for Lucky Loon.
Yeah, I think as soon as that Fushu wears up, he hits the taunt this time. He's tried 2 times so far throughout this match and missed every time, but importantly, hits this time. That is massive.
Oh, more damage coming from Fia, looking really good. The Didding shows to be a very strong counterplay to Nathan in this game. Even with the Fuchu in there, he could not survive the slow and the torpo together with the damage on for the Shuanli. Looking really, really good for San Shumao.
Yeah, and he hit the cooldown increase there, which is really important because it will keep him away from that S2 heal. And then he's got the S3 back up on the Zhongli, so he can just proc that time weave and do it all again.
Is that GG? Because Shuanli is done and she is under torpo, so she's not getting a turn anytime soon, and nobody's gonna protect this Nathan anymore. I think it might be over.
Well, interestingly, the S2 from the Lily is a gain turn if you already have it on, so it can ignore the torpor. So he pulled the Nathan up there to get him a turn, try and get him out of that taunt. He does have the S3 again on the Sylvia, though. I don't think you go for it here because you'll remove that taunt.
If I were him, I would just pump damage into Nathan. You might not crit, but it doesn't matter. Like, he will still die anyway.
And he got the Nathan down. He just needs to get through this XC now, which still has Amber, but I don't think that will be much of a problem because his team is still very healthy.
Yeah, and he also has defense buff from the Shuanli, which means the chance of this XC ignoring defense is not going to be very high. And if XC can't do damage and he's under a lot of pressure from slow debuff and torpo, he's kind of done. What a great turnaround. Nathan dominated one game just to get absolutely control the other.
Yeah, so it was showing that, and changing that ban, taking the pre-ban of Luan, that has just kind of flipped this whole draft around. It's a very similar draft to last time, just swapping out that Luan, and he's also picked the Ting this time into the Nathan.
Wow, look at that. We're seeing another niche character being used at the right spot with the right build, completely dominate one of the strongest meta unit in the game.
Yeah, and the Ting is one of those units that is always kind of, since he came out, in and out of the meta. He's either super strong or very niche pick. Right now, he's one of those niche picks, but maybe we'll be seeing him a lot more on the ladder after this game.
Indeed, indeed. Like, the 4th and 5th pick really shows who can draft better. And if you just blindly go for like a meta unit without considering some counterplay showing up like Didding, you might just get absolutely punished. And you can see right there that this Nathan and the Xuan Chi, 2 super strong turn meter boost unit, completely shut down by one simple Didding that most people would consider very whatever.
Yeah, and I remember a couple of seasons ago, Sean, you were one of those Ting players that was spamming him every single game. Made it to the point where whenever I played you, I just first picked him.
Didding is so good. I think this thing, at one point, Didding was pretty much the best control unit in the entire game because he has hard CC with skill 2, he has soft CC with skill 1, and his skill 3 just completely dominate. Xuanqi, Plume, Fuchu, Lily, all the fun stuff, even Doki Doki as well.
Yeah, and the Ting is the key animus of the game. Running it on that Jackal with Swift, Bulwark, Swift, you do need to, if you're wanting to try out this strategy, make sure that your Ting is very fast, because the faster you are than that Nathan, the higher chance there is for you to land that Torpor, and once you land, it's pretty strong, as we just seen.
And the thing about Didding skill 3 is that it's a double hit, so the chance of letting your debuff is actually quite high. and you can run him on like a speed defense accuracy kind of build, so that you have some sort of accuracy. I think around 100 accuracy with maybe inside is already really really good, and it will land your debuff the majority of the time.
Yeah, and also that Sanctolin is super strong into things like Raymery, just any of those big damage dealers. The Sanctolin just nerfs their damage kind of completely. We are getting into draft for the next pick and ban. What do you think is going to change? Oh, this time we're seeing the Nathan pre-ban. No more Nathan in this game.
Funny, maybe he just have enough. He's
Maybe,
kind of
but
done.
we are seeing the Luan through this time.
Ooh, Lowen is still super duper strong. We're gonna get those first picks. So over there, Sylvia is gonna get picked up together with the Lowen. But we are seeing an early Sharon. I'm not too sure about an early Sharon play here.
Early Sharon with catchy pre-ban though could be good. We do know that this Lily does outspeed though, so and he does have that Luan again. So always the concern that he pulls up the Luan and just jumps into the Sharon. Because I feel like once that happens, the game's just kind of really tough to play. It's an uphill climb from there.
Oh, we got a Shuan-Chi getting picked up together with Lily. That's a lot of Amber, and that is going to be extremely good into this Sharon. So I think he might have to pick up a Raymary or some sort of counter to Amber here. But the next one is going to be Xuan Li, and he's leaving the last pick to maybe a Raymary. What do you think about the last pick here?
I feel like the last pick could even be something like an Asal and just try and steal. No, he is going for the Raymery. He's going for that Gator Raymery, which honestly is probably fine. If you're the one that has the Sharon on your team, you don't really need to worry about that. At the moment, if I was looking at the other side's draft, I'd just be looking to ban the Luan, and I feel like I have enough to get through. But there's a CC pick on 5. It is the Navette, but he does have the Fia on lock. If this Fia is on Bulwark, do you think it's enough?
I don't think that's going to be enough though, because he does have 2 different AoE stripped right there. So I'm pretty sure if you let the Navette say, you are going to get hard CC regardless. So the Navette is going to be banned out, and Kethos is going to be banned out. We have a lot of damage coming out from the Shuan-Chi and the Loan, but the Raymary is going to be a very strong ticking time bomb.
Yeah, the Raymery will be a ticking time bomb, and it will also be very important is he's actually able to land the taunt with the Loan. The Fia, importantly, isn't actually on Archon. It's on Harmonizer, so big chance that it will actually land and stick.
Here we go. We got some damage out immediately with the buff from Lily onto the Shuan-Chi. So we want to spam the Shuan-Chi turn as often as possible. And the main target is definitely going to be the Raymery on the Gator build, because you can kill her quickly, but can he do it?
Can he kill her quickly enough? That is the thing. Looking to just get rid of her so that he doesn't need to worry about those S2 procs at any point in the game, because I feel like that's the scariest thing that could happen if he can just get a terminate through those Ambers. Oh, he's sending the S3 here. Doesn't quite proc the Fia. Missed one debuff. If he had hit one more debuff, that would have proc the Fia.
Oh, proc the Fia right there. Sharon did not get increased cooldown time by the Lily, so he has to control the Sharon, because the Sharon skill 3 would be too much damage. But once again, every time you're hitting something that's not a Raymary, the Raymary is waiting to hit you back.
Yeah, this Raymery is already up to 80 stacks, so she's gonna proc very soon.
But unfortunately, her shell is being locked by the Shuan-Chi debuff, so she's not going to get any free turn or any free healing over there. She is going to get a skill 2 out, but I'm not too sure if that is going to be enough, because we are still pretty early into the game.
I actually like that play. He goes for the S1 onto the Luan to try and get the vulnerable, so that when the S3 procs from his Raymery, he can potentially kill it with the Terminate. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, I don't think that's going to be enough to kill anything whatsoever. We're still pretty far away from someone dying, and Loen get another skill 3. Maybe a Bramble?
Oh, doesn't get the Bramble, and he also didn't get any stun on that S1 with the Raymery. I feel like he needed the stun to come back in this game.
Man, nothing is going the Raymery way. Raymery stood there
Oh,
the entire game and got absolutely shut down. No Bramble, no crazy killing machine, just a simple Raymery. And now with 3 Amber in the field, I don't think this Shuanli has what it takes to win the game anymore.
no, I don't think so either. That is the kind of weakness of that Gator Raymery. It is so vulnerable to just being targeted and killed out because you don't have that survivability that the Amber gives you, that extra life.
And also, I think Raymery just not getting any Bramble is really unfortunate because we all know and love or hate
Oh.
Bramble coming out from Raymery that just really have to happen at the moment where we don't want it the most.
And I don't see a way back here because they've still got the Amber on the Luan and the XC to get through. Do you see any way back into this, Sean?
I only see the top right button. That's pretty much it because there's no way this Fee Amelia, unless she get cooldown reduction every turn and somehow survive through all of this. But look at that, the healing is already not looking so hard because of the Lowen special debuff. So she can't even survive well. No matter what kind of build you have, Lowen, make sure that your healing is not gonna work. And that is GG. Oh my goodness. Look
GG.
at that.
Lucky Loon taking the game. And interestingly, both of the games that he took, the Luan playing a big part in it. Just super strong unit. Do you think it's the kind of low-key OP unit that we're not seeing as much?
I think Lowen is high-key OP unit. I don't know what low-key you're talking about. I picked that unit. My enemy picked that unit all the time. And it is so annoying. You spend so much time farming to put your character on bulwark. And Lowen just like, nah, that Kathos you have, that thing's not doing anything. That Sharon you have, useless now. It's crazy strong.
Yeah, her ability to just shut down one unit is unparalleled. And her damage since the buff is actually really good. Especially if you can get it with another defense scaler to get that defense buff on her. She can put out some serious damage.
Yeah, she is definitely one of the scary unit. I think usually you will see Lowen on Amber, which means she's going to be vulnerable to a Luvia draft. But Luvia did not show up in any of the draft or even pre-banned by these two players in the last 3 games. So that left Lowen and Shuanqi a little bit too available for Lucky Ilun to abuse them.
And we're seeing the key animus for this game is that Lily running that Amber build and just using Swift with a broken set so that he can get at her as fast as possible. Going back to the Luan though, we have seen over the course of yesterday and now today that there is a lot of people prioritizing her, but interestingly, they all have slightly different variations on the build for her. All running Amber, but some people running that Bloodbath build, some people going for Swift Strive, and others actually swapping over to that Unyielding because she gains so many turns, she gets that extra healing from that set.
Yeah, I think Lowen is a very versatile unit, but one thing we know for sure that she is going to be on a faster-ish build so that she can quickly take down one of the main threat of the enemy, or she can also gain a lot of turn in between and constantly putting pressure back on the enemy. And she is just absolutely scary. And you can see that she is in the first pick material, completely shutting down the enemy main damage dealer. Even when they have like 3 different threats on the field, I think he has Sharon, Shuanli, and Raymery. Lowen is still a very good option to shut down whichever you want pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like from her buff, she's moved from a pick on 4-5 unit all the way to a first rotation unit. You either pick her on 1-2, very hard to get her through a draft when you pick her on that 4-5 slot. Because if you're picking her there, or if you're wanting to take her there, she's normally already on the enemy team.
Yeah, because so many of these OP units become completely useless in the presence of Lowen. And I think that is very important because you already guarantee yourself a strong damage dealer, but you are also blind countering whatever they're using. If they're going Sharon, if they're going Kethos, Ray Mary, Lowen got you cover, and you don't have to worry about having like a dedicated counter to these characters if your Lowen can actually take a turn.
Yeah, so we're seeing Lucky Loon through to the semi-finals. That is one of the CN representatives through and one of the Asia representatives out. So there is only one representative from Asia left in the tournament. So I think we're seeing them up next against X. So who do you think is going to take this one, Sean?
Oh, well, hopefully it's gonna be X, and hopefully X gonna show us some sort of crazy cleave right there. Maybe a little bit of a two-run dot lock in between. Ooh, that's gonna be a little bit spicy.
Maybe, or we get another 10-minute long CC game from. I thought you were the CC lover, Sean.
Hey, I love CC. I don't love watching CC. Okay, that's why I play it.
Oh, I see. You
Like it-
like to
my mother-
sit and laugh. You like to sit and laugh as your opponent's just sitting there molding, not getting to press any of their buttons. I see. I see what type of player you are.
Hey man, if the game is long, and at least I get to press my button. All right.
Yeah, so we are seeing X up against Yon Yong next from, I believe, Korea. We didn't see him playing yesterday because he got the free buy after Watchum had to step out for personal reasons. So looking forward to seeing what he actually brings to the table. Will he have one of these kind of niche counter picks that some of the players have been having, or will he just draft more standard? We're seeing that Fushu, Loan, and Kethos as his preferred animus, so I would lean to believe that he prefers a more standard playstyle.
Seeing Fuchu as a preferred animals give me a little bit of anxiety right there. So, but at least X, I think if he has to face a slower player, that is pretty much like a dream opponent for CC, because for CC, the worst thing to deal with is being outsped and cleave. But if they're slow, they're trying to turtle down, and you can be free to apply your Luvia skill to your Nevet, your Nehor. That is the dream come true.
Yeah, it is the dream come true, and I'm pretty sure that is almost every single game for X. I think there is very few people on the ladder that can actually outspeed him. So be interesting to see if in one of these games decides to go for a race and who actually comes out on top.
I think if you want to race, you better race with a very, very good Freya. And we've been seeing some Freya luck as well in the ladder as well as in the tournament, because people are getting faster speed on their auto unit as well. Because when you want to play Freya, I believe you have to be super fast on everybody so that you can catch
Yeah.
up to your Freya. And in the past, it was a little bit harder to do that because we didn't have as many gear. But now, with so many double drop happen, people can actually farm and catch up to the Freya. So a race might be possible. And we're getting into the drafting phase between X and Onyong here. And we got the standard pre-ban buck.
Yeah, we're seeing that Sylvia and that Nathan taken out. X opting to go for that Kethos first pick. I do like that the most as a first pick because it allows you to flex into any playstyle from that Kethos. He is just so strong in everything.
Are you like a fast Kethos or like a tank Kethos kind of vibe?
Mine's is as fast as I can make him on Bloodbath so that I can play him in kind of any format and he's still pretty tanky and hard to get rid of. On the other side though, going for that Zhongqi and that Luvia, the Luvia is on Codex and we did see X playing that Luvia twice yesterday, getting 2 wins with it, so maybe a bit of a takeaway there.
Ooh, we have our first Catchy the Guard lock today, together with the low end as well. If this Catchy can outspeed the Luvia, then Luvia is completely countered, and Lowen can be free to do whatever she wants.
Yeah, and it's always risky. Like I was saying before this game, taking a race against X is very ballsy. So if that is something he wants to do, oh no, he's backed out. He's gone for the Fushu unlock with Archon. So going for more of that turn 2 playstyle now, locking his support healer in.
Man, that's crazy. If I were to pick Catchy the Guard lock as a first picker, I would get a Turan dot slap in my face immediately, and I know I would lose as well. Just being able to confidently lock a unit and not being scared of Turan dot lock is crazy to me.
I'm in the exact same boat as you, Sean. And then also going for that Fia Melia. So has the Fushu, has the Fia. Two massive healers in terms of supports. So I would assume he needs to go for a hyper carry on 5 to round out that draft. Probably something like an Asal.
Yeah, I think Asao, Xuan Li to start putting a lot of pressure might be the play here. And I wonder if he's going to do that. Maybe a Sharon as well. But what?
Oh, are
Excuse
we
me?
seeing a Navette on 5? No, I thought we were maybe going to see something similar to yesterday. Instead, going for that Ling Low and also going for the XL. I really like the Ling Low when paired with both the Kachi and the XL because you're able to extend all of those buffs. So if he's planning to let that Luvia through, the Luvia is never going to get any value because he has 2-turn immunity from both of the units.
All right. So X is actually mixing the playstyle here. He does not want to just go all in on going first. He still has a little bit of healing. He has a lot of buff for his team. So if the fight drags out, he is not in a bad position.
Yeah, and as I said, goes for that Asal on 5, needs a hyper carry. I'll be honest, I would assume the Asal is just taken out, and then you look to play into that Zhongqi. You don't really want that ticking time bomb of the Asal. I don't know who you ban on the side of X, though.
Maybe he's just going to take out... Oh, he's going to take out a Lo Wen, and Asal is going to go away as well. So we've got a bit of a longer game here, but the Tam Weave proc coming out from the Xuan Li special buff is going to potentially help this Kethos pump a lot of damage on the enemy.
And that Kachi is faster, and it's not really even close. He was 7% faster than the Luvia.
That's a whole lot of speed on this Kachi to guard here. So after he buff, there's nothing much that the enemy can do, and the fact that he has a very fast Kachi, he can afford to not force Bulwark on his Linglo, allowing the Linglo to be built more normally on a Strife build so that she can gain even more turn in between.
Yeah, and interestingly, he has the option here of trying to send back the Fushu. If he lands, he'll be able to steal the turn away from the Fushu, instead opts to go for the XC, looking to land that defense break so he could maybe get some more damage in.
All right, so I think both teams will probably stabilize at some point here because they can't really kill one another very, very fast. And even the Linglo is just going to go for a little bit of a skill 1 here, not going to go for any big heal just yet, saving the extend skill 2 for later where you can extend more immunity and the defense buff as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to live through the protection because catching the god protection is not forever. And Fushu protection is also not forever. So both teams are going to try to buy Tam in between it because I don't think anyone is dying in this position.
Oh, and that is actually pretty big. The Luvia resisted the Kethos S2, so still has that S2 strip available. And then the turn after, he will have the Zhongqi strip. So 3 turns of strip. So actually, there might be a world where this Luvia does get to exile someone.
Probably, and unfortunately for the Xuan Li, she's not gonna get this beautiful immunity right there, but she has her own special immunity that's gonna allow her to dodge this exile. So she can't really exile anyone just yet, and Linglo is gonna get rid of the buff block very, very soon.
Oh, but does he just go for the S3 here, try and put up immunity now? Or does he go... He can't go for the S2. The defense buff was also stripped off of this XL, which is kind of massive. He does go for the S2.
So he's saving it once again for later because I'm pretty sure the Linglo is going to cut in between at some point here, potentially in front of the Luvia with the Gigabyte.
Yeah, will this Kethos actually be able to get back to the S3, S2 to stop this Luvia from sending anybody away? He gets the Time Weave proc, so he has the S2 available now if he wants to go for it. He could be risky and go for the S3, but does he take the safer play and just go for this straight up S2?
Is it me or it's kind of funny that Fia Melia has not taken the turn just yet? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I actually think you need to send the S3 onto the XC because he's going to take the turn if you go for that S2. and then he would just kill your XL.
Oh, this is looking really bad for Axe right here because he
It
needs to
is.
control a little bit too many things, and he's not achieving anything. And this is gonna take out the
Whoa.
front Lido.
Big
Wait,
damage,
that's
and the Jean Li is gone. There's very little damage on the side of X now.
wait, that's isn't that over? I feel like
That
that's over.
that could just be game. I
He
feel
does
like
not have immunity anymore. He's
the
gonna get exiled
cycling
here.
the cycling from the side of Yong was just too much. The Linglo gets exiled, and he has no healing. It is just a lone Kethos and Kachi against the world.
And Kethos will do pretty much negative damage into a Fuchu, and Fuchu still has another 25 years of skill 3s, and nothing's gonna happen to this team. And oh my goodness, X got exiled out of the match.
Wow, we are seeing X losing game 1. I feel like that game actually came down to that first S2 from that Kethos. If it landed on the Luvia and he wasn't able to get that strip off, I feel like it could have been a very different story, because you could have extended all of those buffs and you could have got some whale prayers off as well, which makes it harder to strip that immunity consistently. But not landing that cooldown reset, letting the Luvia press S2, just made it an uphill battle.
For me, I think the problem is even before that. The problem is the Linglo draft. It probably was to extend buff in between, but he tried to play the long game, but the team for Onyong was just much better in the long game. And the Linglo started off with a skill 1, and then he went in with a skill 2. So overall, the Linglo value for the first 5 turns didn't really contribute much to the team. He could not do more damage. He could not even protect his team better. So overall, I think the Linglo was sort of not there the entire time, and not being able to do anything for a couple turns was just too much for him.
Yeah, I also don't know whether you should have went for the high risk, high reward play right off the bat. If you manage to land that S3 on Fushu, I feel like the game's just won. If Fushu doesn't get to press S3, the value from her is basically non-existent. We seen that in the game with UA yesterday. When that Fushu didn't get to press, the game was over. We are seeing the key animus though, is that Fia. Funnily enough, she only took 1 turn, but it was all that she needed. The Kethos stole her turn. She got that 1 turn, dealt 40% damage, and he is running that Bloodbath build that was one of the older builds that we've seen, but is very consistent.
I feel like it's pretty much the anxiety of the Archon icon on the Fuchu that it gave X the shaky hand. He could not press S3 onto the Fuchu, because if you miss, you pretty much just lose the game immediately, because not only Linglo was not going to do much, Kethos was not going to do much as well for quite some time. So having Archon on your Fuchu can really scare your enemy away.
Yeah, it definitely can. But this is where some of these high risk, high rewards decisions sometimes come in. We are into the draft for the next game. Same pre-bans. We're seeing that Nathan and that Sylvia taken out, and we're seeing X opt for that Kethos first pick again.
So we know what happened last game. Is he going to repeat the... Oh, he is repeating the draft right here. He is trying to tell the opponent, you know what, man? Let's run it back. All right, I'm gonna win this time. I sure hope that he is going to draft maybe Azal Xuan Li instead of the Linglo.
I hope that he probably goes towards something like that Navette, maybe another CC option alongside that. He was very good at that CC playstyle, so does he lean into that, or does he just think, you know what, that resist maybe just cost me that match. If I run that back, I think I win.
I think the match was too far from finished to decide whether one moment could really mean the match was gonna be over.
And there's the Navette and the Sharon. He is going for that CC playstyle. It is more of his comfort zone, so I am looking forward to this. We do know that the Kachi already outspeeds the Luvia, so no concern for him in terms of who is faster.
Loki, I think an Aya pick here would be devastating. What do you think?
I don't know, because if he gets that Sharon through, then the Sharon just stops him from cleansing anyway. And he also has that cooldown increase on the Kethos, so he has two different ways of dealing with the Fiamelia. I think the Lilium is probably actually a better pick, because if you remove, in fact, even if you leave the Loan up, the damage is very low into that unit, especially with Fushu on the board.
All right, Lilium getting last pick. Might be a Lilium ban, to be honest. And let's see if X can actually control the enemy this time around. He went with a half-half strategy, and that did not work out well, but he's going full send this time with damage and control. So I'm excited for this one over here.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Navek taken out and the Fia taken out. I feel he's on a bit of a clock then. If he needs to kill this Lilium before she presses S3.
Here we go. Big skill 3 from Kashi the God, protecting your team from this scary Luvia. And he can have 3 units taking their turn. If he landed skill 3 on the Fuchu, it might be golden.
Who's he going for? Is he just going for the safer play of going for the Lilium, trying to pump all of his damage into her to take her out? He does have a Jackal on Sharon, so he does have some damage coming out from her, but I actually don't know if this is going to be enough to kill her off.
I'm not sure if this is the play. Like, you're literally giving this Fuchu a skill 3, and Lilium get to do 1 skill, and that might just take out your Kachi the God as well. And there's no immunity after that.
I think he was hoping that he had enough damage to just kill out this Lilium with the Loan, but he realizes it isn't going to be enough, so pivots and goes onto the XC instead.
Oh, Fuchu presses S3. Lilium gonna lose a turn right there. So X gonna be able to play for a couple more turns, but this Lilium might be unkillable at this point, which is very, very scary.
Yeah, so he's on a bit of a clock now, but that Lilium is pretty slow compared to the rest of the units in this game, so probably will get cycled. It's just, even if he's trying to kill it, who does he kill it with? The only person that really deals damage to Lilium on his team is Loan.
Yeah, he might go straight for Loan here, but before that, Loan's gonna going straight into the Xuanqi. Maybe he's gonna be able to kill the Xuanqi. Do you think he's gonna be able to kill the Xuanqi?
I think he'll take the Xuanqi down, but then he's going to go into Amber, and while he's in that Amber state, he will still heal up with the Fushu, and the Sharon's actually going to be healing him quite a lot while he's in that state. I don't think he's going to be able to take him out.
Oh, and here comes the Lilium getting a turn. This damage is nowhere near enough to bring down, but it's going to be able to heal the Xuanqi instead. Xuanqi getting a turn here might send this Loan home.
Oh, the Loan survives with 1 HP. The Tiger Yin actually proccing the Amber. Now he has the S3 here. Who does he go for? Does he go for the Sharon? Does he go for the Kachi?
Here we go. Big skill 3. Almost one shot
it
the
onto
Kethos right there.
I didn't think he would send it on the Kethos because the Kethos was below that 60% threshold, so it probably wasn't killing. But just wanting to get him low enough that he can kill off with a different unit.
Man, he really needed Sharon to actually perform some magic here, but it's just so hard that now the moment you press your Sharon skill, you're giving the enemy so much turn value, and you just can't kill anyone fast enough, and they get to move, they get to do things to your team, and X team is a little bit too YOLO, no healing whatsoever, and they are dying one after another.
They are, and he has this S2 coming. He has the S3 Exile here, and then he has a S2 on the Lilium, so he can just stun whoever he wants. I think he just holds it and presses S1 here, goes for the healing. Next turn round, he can stun this Loan, and this is looking like a quick 2-0.
Oh no. Our hidden Korean player who was supposed to fight Watchroom yesterday but got a free buy is now getting another quick W against our global representative. Man, this guy is a crazy dark horse in the tournament.
He definitely is. Do you think it had much to do with taking away that Luvia? X really favored that Luvia yesterday, getting both of his wins on that unit. Taking it away in the first rotation, do you think that's just what's made the difference?
Maybe he was too overconfident in the Kethos, and I feel like he was really scared of pressing the skill onto the Fuchu, and it always boils down to Fuchu pressing S3, and then the entire team of X just struggle to do any real damage whatsoever for the entire
Yeah.
match.
Once that Fushu gets S3 off, it is very hard to kill anything without any form of wound. And just the wound units that we have in the game just aren't really meta at the moment. We aren't seeing that. We aren't really seeing that Mio, and we don't really see that Heinrich. But this is looking like the Sharon could potentially die here. I don't think he worries about the Loan.
I think Fuchu might be a better pre-ban for X. I feel like his team can beat Nathan if just Fuchu not in the field. The Fuchu completely shut him down twice in a row because all his plan fail to do any real impact to the enemy team. And Sharon, even though she's very, very strong, she has to be able to deal damage, and Fuchu stop him from doing any of that.
And the XC had actually cycled enough that he got another amber off. So 2 ambers on from that XC. I do think I agree with you though. When you're as fast as X is, it should be easier to make up that speed differential to be able to hit that Nathan. So I feel like the Nathan probably doing him a bit of a disservice there in the pre-bans.
Indeed, because if you pre-ban the Fuchu, they have to go with either Fia Lock or some sort of Valerian, and I feel like Valerian is going to be much easier to control than the Fuchu, because Fuchu gives so much turn value compared to Valerian protection, and especially combined with a decent or strong build Lilium, it's just kind of impossible for like a control player to take down too many targets at the same time.
Yeah, but we are seeing X taken out, and we are seeing Yong move on to the next round. We do have one Asian representative made it through to the semifinals. He is the last hope for the Asia region, so nice to see another one moving on.
Ooh, we say goodbye to another global server gamer taken down by another Asian server player. Unfortunate, but good try. We made it far. It's just the competition can only get stronger, not weaker.
This is true. We do have 2 global representatives coming up in the next couple of games though. So still 2 chances for global to make it to the semifinals.
Yep, we have our biggest hope. Okay, I have to put all my chips into Kecker at this point. So Kecker better perform, my guy.
Well, we do have Kaker and we do have Mithra. So looking forward to seeing what they do. We did see yesterday Kaker pull out the 4 support draft and win. So maybe we see something like that again. But the key animus in this game was the Lilium, running that Tiger Yin build on the Gladiator, going for Bloodbath with Harvest and Fury Edge. Gives him that little bit more tankiness, and you still get that big damage from that S3 if you're running that Harvest.
I'm glad that Lilium is still very relevant in the current meta, because in most gacha game, the unit that get released later would dominate what we have early on, and we still see Lilium unit that we had back in the very, very early season of Etheria restart still being very strong, and that can only be done with balance patches, and seeing Lilium being buffed is very, very cool.
Yeah, I feel like she's going to be one of these units that always comes in and goes out of the meta since she's received her buff, because if debuffs are meta, then Lilium will also be meta, because she is the best counter in the game to debuffs. Sharon can do literally nothing to Lilium, so it is basically a forced ban if you're picking Sharon.
Indeed. Like, I feel like Lilium could potentially be countered to Nathan as well. It's just that Nathan one-tap her, so that is a small problem right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem. I think the other thing is you need to build your Lilium fast enough to be able to hit him, which is challenging. Very challenging.
So maybe next crazy ban is going to be Lilium type unit, but scale with HP or defense to actually deal with Nathan then.
Oh, you're cooking up something there, Sean, and I don't know if I want any part of it. that sounds like it would be terrible to deal with.
if it's gonna happen very, very soon. You never know about that. So the next match is coming up right now. Oh wait, we don't have Keka. We have Mithra first against, if I'm not wrong, Piggy.
It is Ming.
Ming. Ming from the China server. So let's see if Mithra, our next global representative, can actually take down this giant from the Chinese server to move on to the semifinal.
Yeah, I believe that Ming yesterday was one of the players that we've seen locking Lily every single game. We were looking for him to play that Messiah because Messiah is his favorite unit, but instead he was locking that Lily every game and going for that turn 1. Mithra was, on the other hand, going for that more tank-orientated playstyle. He was the only player yesterday that we seen pull out that Tiamat and got that crazy Raymarie 3 S3s in a row into double turn with Tiamat.
Man, if you're going in with big damage, then nothing's better than locking in the Tiamat Tutu. So we might be seeing a spear and shield situation here and see which one's going to be able to hold the other back.
Well, who do you think will come out on top? I know who you're rooting for, but who do you think will win?
Hey, I'll be lying if I say I don't want to see another Tiamat moment. I mean, it's kind of satisfying, you know. I'll be damned if I'm the receiving end of the Tiamat, but watching it, it's kind of satisfying.
It is very satisfying. Maybe one of these days it'll actually convince you to finally build out your Tiamat. Maybe one day on Ladder we'll get to see Sean B playing Tiamat.
Hey, I am asking for my guild for the Tiamat dupe copy, and I'm working on my first Tiamat dupe, okay? So maybe I'll get to the third copy, then I will finally build a Tiamat.
Looking forward to it. Which build do you think you're going to go for? Are you going for the Forced Wellspring, or will you go for something a bit off the wall?
Maybe just a couple, Unyielding Oath, Bramble kind of thing. A little standard Tiamat right there. I think should be good enough.
But yeah, we're seeing on screen at the moment the favored units. As I was saying, Ming is really liking that Lily. We seen that Lily yesterday in both of his wins. So Mithra's obviously seen that as well. They both seen each other's games, so they'll know what to expect from each other. Would you actually pre-ban Lily?
Ooh, that would be crazy. But I think Lily is really strong thanks to the unit that she is paired with. So I think Lily used to be a good pre-ban, but I would probably not pre-ban the Lily at this point, but rather pre-ban the one that you want to enable with the Lily. I think that's gonna be more important.
Do you think we'll see Nathan getting through this draft? I feel like if you've got a slower player playing more tank orientated and you've got a faster player, I feel like the slower player can never afford to give over to Nathan.
Oh, never mind. Nathan is not getting through. Nathan is being pre-banned. The draft is starting right now, and we're seeing a Nathan and a Xuan Qi pre-ban.
Okay, and then we're seeing the Kethos first pick from Mithra. And on the side of Ming, we're seeing that Sylvia and Luan. Luan kind of going through first rotation every game so far today, whereas yesterday we seen her falling to 4-5 a bit more. I feel like the priorities just kind of skyrocketed.
Oh, Mithra is going for that slow defensive playstyle with a Archon Fear and an early Raymarie pick. Early Raymarie is something that we don't see very often nowadays. Raymarie has sort of become a 4th, 5th pick at this point, but an early Raymarie, that Raymarie has to be extremely well built.
Well, I feel like an early Raymarie is actually a very good pick if you know your opponent only plays an aggressive playstyle, because it gives you that, okay, I still have that S2 pop damage that's just going to come out, and we're seeing the Plume and the Tiamat again. So going full defensive on the side of Mithra with that kind of counterplay of Brambles and S2 proccing with the Transform. Last, we're seeing the Navette pick, so hard CC taken. Who do you ban here?
Oh, that's tough, man. I think Navette has always taken the ban, and Navette will be taking the ban once again, because there's just so much AoE strip that no matter what you ban, you will get Navette on your face, so banning Navette is always safe. And the Kethos getting banned now, which means he has to deal with a lot of healing. And let's see if he's gonna be able to break through all of the healing.
Yeah, and Mithra is running Amber on both his Raymarie and his Tiamat, as well as the Plume. So does have that counterplay available to Sharon. So not as concerned about the Sharon as if they were on things like a Gator build or the Plume was on Jackal.
Oh, but that Plume is also really slow. Must be a super tanky Plume right there. Plume will get some move, but she is not gonna be able to provide a whole lot of value right there. And I think Sharon is gonna be able to land a whole lot of dots on the enemy team after the strip
Oh,
of the
but we're
Luvia.
seeing that Bramble come out from the Raymarie. She's already at 34 stacks. So if this all lines up perfectly for the side of Mithra and he gets a transform on the Tiamat as well as a proc from the Raymarie, the side from Ming could just get fully deleted.
Here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen. We got more damage coming out. Lowen getting a turn, and Sharon's gonna get a turn. That's gonna be a whole lot of debuff. Oh no, not using the S2 just yet. But I feel like you could have S2 and then there will be anti-cleanse anyway, so you get to keep the slow debuff on the rest of the enemy team. But I guess he didn't want to risk getting double Bramble into his face.
Yeah, and the thing is, oh, this Raymarie keeps brambling. She's already at 79 stacks. Hits that 100 now.
Oh, big damage. Number one. Big
And he's
healing.
got the
And Tiamat
S3
is coming
in
soon.
here. Tiamat's coming.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That is
this is
gonna be so
already
much
looking
damage.
scary for the side of Mithra. And the Fia's already at 7 stacks, so she's about to proc again.
Oh, is that gonna be enough to proc the Tiamat with another heal?
It might be. I don't know.
Oh, wait
Oh,
a
he lands
minute. He
lands
landed
the
the taunt. That's funny, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because the Fia didn't have skill anyway.
He gets the S3 here. Is he going to be able to kill anybody off with this Tiamat S1?
Oh, we got a cooldown increase.
Oh, the cooldown increase is kind of big. She's going to get a double turn here. If she S1s, she should be able to transform.
Man, he could not use the little moment here with Amber's on cooldown. Oh wait, the Amber's actually not on
And
cooldown.
that procs the Raymarie, and now you get the S1 coming in from her too. Oh, this is looking so bad for Ming. He's proc both the Ambers and the Sharon is super low.
Was the Sharon alive though? That is a very tanky Sharon. Oh my god, look at
and the
another
Raymarie's
one.
procking again.
The damage is crazy.
And the concern for him now is both of the Ambers on the side of Raymarie and Tiamat are back up, so he has to get through all of that before he's actually able to kill anything. Who do you send the S3 on here?
I don't know. I think where I'm setting the S3 does not even matter anymore because that is so much damage coming my way and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, he sent it onto the Raymarie. Oh, and the Raymarie still crits through the Exaltation. 20% chance to crit, and he just hits it.
That is so toxic. 20% crit, still got it anyway. And he got to kill this Raymarie, and then he got to somehow control this Lowen and this Fia Amelia at the same time.
So the Fia does have S3 up, so he needs to taunt the Fia. If he
But how does
doesn't
he
taunt
get the Raymarie?
I think he has to try and hope that he just cycles back quickly enough with the Loan.
Oh no, that's gonna be really hard. Oh, the
He's
skill one
He's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to. And the Terminate, the Loan's taken out.
You know what? That Raymarie second pick was absolutely on point.
Yeah, whenever you're playing against people that play this more aggressive playstyle, picking a Raymarie on 2 is always a good pick. It can be punished if they pivot more towards a slow playstyle, because in that kind of turn 2 versus turn 2, I feel like it is easier to punish this Raymarie pick, but if they go all in on aggression, Raymarie's just pretty consistent.
Wow, that was crazy. The damage, like, I think Mithra barely pressed any button, and he got so much damage out from just Tiamat skill 1, Raymarie proccing. That's just absolutely crazy. I think this is where you need like hard CC. Like, even though Sharon is one of the best debuff unit in the game and she can do crazy damage, but not locking down with a hard CC. Just let these bruiser go a little bit too wild.
almost wonder if a Heinrich would have been good in there so that you could get the S2, get the silence on that Fiamelia, and you also put the wound down so that none of them can be healing. Good way to deal with the Ambers, because he could have went something like that Heinrich with the Navette on 5. And we're seeing here the Raymarie is the key animus of the game, not running that forced Wellspring like a lot of people are running. Instead, going for that more tanky option, going for Bloodbath with Bramble and Swift Smite.
Yeah, I think that build is still more than good enough to just do crazy damage, and you also kind of save at the same time. I think going Wellspring is great for like greater damage output, but you're also a bit easier to kill. So that's a trade-off right there. And maybe he just want his Raymarie to be a little bit faster with that little Swift Smite there.
Yeah, and it's actually another thing that a lot of people overlook with that Swift Smite. Getting that little bit of accuracy could be the difference between you actually landing those S1 stuns or not. And when you get an S1 stun, sometimes that can just win you a game.
Yeah, because I think I've seen many times where Sylvia skill 3 just to get stunned in between, and then she can't really provide the extra support for the team for quite some time due to Raymarie just randomly saying, nope, you're not moving anymore. Like, calm down.
Yeah, so Raymarie has been one of those units that since her release is always super strong. I don't see anything changing with that anytime soon. And apparently new players get Raymarie for free, so good time to build her if you haven't already.
Wow, link down below. But how do you think he's gonna be able to break down this giga wall of the Raymarie and the Tiamat here? Because in the past, you've been using a little bit of Mio, a little bit of Hendrik in there so that you can actually deal with this, and maybe a bit of Santic in between with the Navette as well. But those are the thing of the past, and they are much harder to draft nowadays. So the Amber is so back at this point, and breaking through Ambers is once again a big problem for a lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like the Heinrich is actually pretty good when drafted in the right scenarios. We seen Yue picking it yesterday, and I think we also seen another player trying it, as well as the Santic coming out yesterday. So there is still the option to pick it, but a lot harder to do. And Mithra not changing from his draft, not needing to. He was the player that won, so he's basically saying to Ming, show me what you got. I won the first draft. Come get it.
And Sharon Luvia, I think the Lily was great, but would probably need more counterplay to Amber. So the Luvia getting picked up for the anti-heal S2, but the Lilium getting picked up by Mithra to counter the control coming out from the Sharon. And he is going back with another Tiamat draft. He is probably the only Tiamat enjoyer left in the entire tournament, and he's making sure that everybody knows Tiamat is a destruction.
I do think it is a lot harder to do in this draft though, because that Luvia is there. That dot that she applies reduces the healing, so it will be very hard to actually get that Tiamat to consistently transform. I would assume it is either the Kathos or the Lilium removed from the side of Mithra, and then I think you have to remove the Luan. He does remove the Luan, and it is the Kathos taken away. So I think this is going to be a very interesting game. I think it will be pretty quick though.
Having the Shanli and the Fear allowing you to kill the Lilium also allow you to protect the team with the defense buff. So maybe it's gonna do enough. And here we go. We got somebody being sent away by Luvia, and that is going to be goodness.
Big damage from the Tiamat. Already half HP on the Luvia. Do we get another Bramble from the Tiamat?
Oh.
Sometimes she can just decide to pop off and win you a game by herself. You don't really want to hit the Luvia, but the thing is, this Lilium is still there, and he Brambles again!
What the heck with that Bramble? 2 Bramble in a row almost send the Luvia home immediately. I think and again! Bramble in a row! What is going on with this Tiamat? Oh my god!
This Tiamat does not want to go home. She is trying to win this game quickly.
But you can see the difference between the playstyle. The guy being aggressive has so much more speed than the guy being defensive. And he lapped the entire team with the Sylvia and the Sharon. They get to move another turn before Mithra can take his first turn. And if there wasn't a lot of Bramble coming from Tiamat, I think Mithra is not looking so hot. But right now, this Lilium is under so much pressure. Is he going to take... Oh no, that's barely
not
enough.
quite
Wait,
enough.
hold up. He got another turn with the Luvia. How is that even possible?
He's
The
been lapped
speed.
so many times. But this Tiamat now, will he have enough to transform on the Tiamat? And even if he does, is that going to be enough? This Tiamat's just getting lapped. She's going to get lapped for a third time.
Oh my god, this Tiamat has negative speed. And I think if she get a turn, she's going to get
She
the
should
dot.
transform
Wait,
here.
hold up. The Raymare is out and about.
The Tiamat's getting to play as well. He's got S3 into the S1 from the Tiamat. And then if the Ray procs off of that, this could be risky.
Oh
The
my
Ray's going
god.
to proc. Is it enough?
Oh my god.
my days. It's so much damage.
I think that S2 from Shuanli just steal the game. I mean, sold the game for Ming, because he let this Fee Amelia move to take off the dots from the Tiamat and also allow the damage to be enough to kill. Oh
And
my
he's getting
god!
the Bramble on the Ray Marie now.
But how's he gonna
does
kill
still
two Bramble unit without Luvia though?
He does still have the Ambers on both of the units as well, though. But the Fia is pretty low. He could just kill off the Fia here and then try to focus down the other two. It's just, can he do it before he takes too much damage? I feel like if this Ray Marie procs one more time, it's game over.
Oh no! Here comes the Bramble. Oh wait!
Oh, he
has
gets the
skill
shield!
3! Oh, the cooldown reduction from the Sylvia came in clutch, allowing the Shuanli to get another layer of shield up. Maybe that's gonna be enough to deal
He
with
gets
the
the S1
damage.
stun! The S1 stun's huge!
But that's not enough though. I think he's gonna send this Raymarie into Amber and slowly work on the Tiamat.
I think she procs first, though. She doesn't.
Oh, she does not.
Oh.
Is this gonna be enough? Oh,
But he still
she
needs
is
to get
too
through
low.
the Amber. He still needs to get through the Amber on the Tiamat as well, though. He's just
I think that's-
ignoring the Tiamat and dealing passive damage to the Tiamat by hitting the Raymarie. Very smart there, because he doesn't want the Brambles to proc. If the Brambles did proc, would be in a scary position.
Look at that. He is toying with Mithra now. He is just so fast compared to his enemy that he is allowed all this free turn doing so much damage to the enemy. And if you're not brambling, you're not doing any real damage to Ming at all. He killed this thing through Amber and take the W, taking 90% of the turn in this battle.
Wow, and that is game 2 going to Ming. It is 1-1. Tournament life on the line for both of these players now. Ming adapted very well, went for a super fast draft and just lapped around Mithra's team. What does Mithra now do to change it up? He's the one that needs to take the initiative and change something for this draft so that he can come out on top.
Man, the amount of speed buff and the amount of turn that Luvia could take. I think the fact that Luvia managed to sneak right in front of the Lilium to take her out was the key to the game.
I think it was. Maybe just a little bit more speed on that Lilium and it would have been a different story, but just too fast.
And unfortunately for Tiamat, she lost too much health to deal any real damage, and the Shuanli surviving, allowing Ming to deal enough damage on the enemy. Because if Shuanli just died randomly out of some Bramble and the Raymarie proc, that could have been really bad.
Yeah, and it did get scary for a bit of a second there. You had the Tiamat proccing with the Raymarie proccing and the Fia all at the same time, taking out that Luvia, but just wasn't enough to take out any of the other units. I feel like if one more unit had fell there, different game, but managed to survive. And we're seeing the key animus is that Sharon, dealing 51% of the overall damage, running a very fast build on Swift Bulwark Swift Raid with Swift Smite, sorry, with that Jackal. So cycling super quick, as we've seen, took 6 turns. I think Tiamat only took 1.
If Tiamat didn't have the transformation, I'm not sure if Tiamat would have taken any real turn, to be honest. That was a lot of turn being taken and absolutely crazy. He switched from Lily to Luvia so that he could send this taking time bomb Raymary out of the match so that he can afford to do that kind of damage. Because if Raymary was still in the fight, all that damage on Lilium would have triggered Raymary twice.
Yeah, I think it was a very good draft adaptation because it also gave him a way to deal with the ambers on the side of Mithra. Because as you've seen in that last game, Mithra had 3 ambers and he didn't really have a good way to deal with it outside of the Loan. And Loan can only really deal with 1. So switching over to that Luvia, getting those dots down allows him to deal with it a bit more consistently. And we are into draft for game 3. Same pre-bans. We're seeing the Nathan and the XC out, and on the side of Ming, we're seeing Kethos first pick. This time we are I've got the draft wrong. It's Kethos on Mithra, and then Sylvia and Loan on the side of Ming.
I think we're seeing the same draft pretty much, but no longer an early Raymary. This time he is not giving the key animus Luvia to the enemy and steal it in the second pick. But what kind of lock is he going to go for? Is it going to be Fuchu and Fia once again? Or is he the one going aggressive this time around?
Maybe he does have it in his back pocket that he can be the one that's actually playing the turn 1 style. No, instead decides to go back to that tried and true Fia lock with Archon. Very consistent. Waiting to see what happens next.
I think it might be like a Xuan Li situation, Xuan Li Sharon, but I don't know which one is he gonna lock because he really need the Xuan Li damage in case of Raymary. I mean, not the Lilium comes up, but he went with the
Fushu.
You kidding me? He's switching it up as well, but he still go for the Sharon.
Do we just see on 4-5 here a Raymary and the Tiamat from the side of Mithra? Because if you know that, what can he pick on 5 that actually able to deal with that? There is the Tiamat, the Fushu there, which is pretty good into both of them, so it might dissuade him, but it's not. He is going for that Raymary and that Tiamat. He's just saying, I have enough damage to get through that Fushu.
Wow, that is crazy. I think that's going to be a Xuan Li last pick potentially, so that he can actually survive this insane amount of damage while also doing some damage himself.
It could be, or we could potentially see something like an Asal and just try and chip away at the health from those units. And we are seeing the Asal locked in. Wow, this is a very different draft from the previous games. Who are they going to ban on each side? I feel like you need to take away either the Kethos or the Luvia if you're on the side of Ming. And I would honestly look to take away that Asal or the Loan on the side of Mithra. I feel like they just offer too much pressure to your team.
I think it's probably going to be the Luvia here because Luvia staying means Loan or Asal is going to be able to play. But no, it's going to be Raymary and Sylvia getting banned out. Surprisingly.
Well, that is maybe why we're here, Sean, and these are the players playing. They see something we do not. So.
Oh,
but the Sharon is going first. The Sharon outspeeds the Luvia, and it's not really that close. 2%.
But it doesn't really matter though because the enemy has 2 Bulwark and 1 Moon Bunny, so she doesn't really get to do a whole lot here besides going for the skill 1. And Luvia is going shopping.
Or does he take the risky play, go for the S2 here so that he can go for the cooldown increase on the Fushu? Because as we've said in that last couple of games, if you hit the cooldown increase on Fushu, I feel like the game's just over. And he went for it, but he missed!
Oh my god, he did not have enough accuracy for this Archon Fuchu that completely dodged the strip, popped the skill 3, and he is now stabilized. He can also potentially go straight into killing this Luvia because what can Luvia really do at this point anymore?
It was a high risk, high reward play, and it did not pull off for him. He's going to be playing on the back foot now. He does still have the S3 next turn, so he could send the Fushu away if he decides to do that and just kind of negate the S3 anyway. But would have liked to hit there.
He doesn't have skill yet. Ming doesn't have skill yet on the Sharon, so that's going to be big. And he probably going to send the Asal maybe, or he's going to send the Fuchu away here. Either way, he is not looking so good at the moment because this if you don't send the Asal away, she's gonna start shipping down on all of your unit.
And the thing with the Asal into Luvia is it's very hard to actually get rid of her with the team that Mithra has. Because Mithra doesn't have that Terminate anymore. So he needs to kill everything else before he can kill this Asal.
All
And
right.
he is sending away the Fushu.
So he want to start killing everything else but the Asal. At least he got like the slow debuff going on over there so that he can sort of slow her progression down a little bit.
I think what the plan from the side of Mithra is, he's going to try and kill off the Sharon and the Luan, and then he wants to send the Asal away and then deal with the Fushu. But will he be able to do it?
Lucky for him, Luan does not have any skill quite yet, but Sharon will start popping off with a skill 3 here, and this Luvia does not have the survivability that she needs to survive this amount of dots, even with extra healing coming out from the Fiamelia. Ooh, this Kathos doing a very good job keeping this Luan out of the way.
Yeah,
my
this
God.
seems to be a high accuracy Kathos, but the Luvia taken out. I feel like that's massive because this Lasalle's just going to have free reign for the rest of the game now.
Funny enough, the Fuchu didn't even need to play. Like, she's just kind of there, but she doesn't have to do anything whatsoever for the team. And the team is still doing really well without her.
Yeah, and the Asal is just getting so much work done. He needs to try and make it so that the Kathos steals the turn away from the Asal, because then he might actually be able to kill her through the different lives that she has.
But unfortunately for him, Fuchu is coming back very, very soon. And I feel like the moment Fuchu comes back, he will not be able to kill the Luan whatsoever. And if you can't kill Luan, then you can't kill Asal.
So she has one life left. He needs to just go all in on this Asal and try and take her down. If he can't get her out, I feel like there's no way back for this.
I think it's over. Oh no, this Asal, it's too tanky now. It's 15 stack with Fuchu on top. She is literally unkillable. Even if you have Raymary at this point, I think that's GG for Mithra. He's done for.
I feel like the ban was either the Asal or the Luan. Giving that through just puts too much of a clock on your draft, and giving both through is just GG, and Mithra is out. We're seeing Ming move on to the next round. So there is only one hope left from Global to make it through, and it is Kecker.
It's actually crazy that Ming, the turn 1 player, switched to a Fuchu lock just to take it away from the enemy so that he could be allowed to pick Asal last and actually just use it against this very, very tanky player and destroy him.
Have we actually seen Fushu lose a game today? I feel
Fuchu
like
might be
she's
the best
been...
in the game. Who would have thought?
I think she might. I think she might be. After her buffs, super strong yet again. I know she got nerfed a few seasons back. They basically just reverted that buff, and she has came back to a very strong unit.
It's kind of funny you said buff, but she just became what she was supposed to be anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just that the kit is so strong for Bruiser player or Bruiser playstyle, Bruiser mirror in general, that it doesn't need to be buff. It just needs the Bruiser to be stronger so that the moment you put her in there with whatever new Bruiser they put out, she is going to be the queen of healing.
Yeah, and one of the amazing things about Fushu is she's actually a very low investment unit. You can get her up and running at 113. You don't need that many Latais to actually make her work.
No, it's 555. Every unit is 555. No, come on now, let's be real here. 113. What is this? Goal 1 advice? Unbelievable.
Even my Fushu isn't 555. What do you mean?
What is that? What is this? Not 555 in the big 26? Unbelievable.
No, she doesn't need it. Wasted lattice. But we're seeing the key animus this time is Sharon. Yet again, we're seeing a bit of a theme here. Every time Sharon's picked, she seems to be the key animus. She just deals so much damage. And again, on that Jacko build with Swift Bulwark, Swift Smite. But yeah, back to Fushu. Just 113, man. You don't need more than that.
I think the key about Sharon is that if you're picking Sharon, just make sure that you also maybe have the Fuchu with you so that you don't have to deal with it on the enemy team. And that's going
Yeah.
to be incredible.
I think that is a very wise words there from Sean. Just always pick Fushu so that you don't have to deal with Fushu. I remember a few seasons ago, there was a couple of Cleave players who used to run a top speed Fushu at like 350 speed. It was kind of funny. And they would just first pick it every game and then go into full Cleave.
We might be seeing another Fuchu nerf in the next balance patch. Who knows? That she's so strong that they have to like adjust her like how they did back then a little bit once again.
I don't know. I think Fushu is a pretty wholesome unit. Everybody likes Fushu. I know you love it, Sean.
I say a Fuchu at 113, the minimum investment that Bob advised, and never move an inch on that unit.
That's what you want, though. You want her to stay in her S3. You want her to never move. Press S3 and then forget about her for like 20 turns.
Unbelievable. We need to move on for this healing, okay? But soon we will see Ariel in that slot very, very soon. Maybe after a couple more banners where Ariel can be let loose. Oh my god, it's gonna be one hell of a healer.
Yeah, but the next matchup is actually the last hope for Global. It is Kecker versus Aha Swift. So far, we have one from Asia through into the semi-finals and two from CN. Now, if Aha Swift makes it through, I believe that will be another Asia representative. So all of Global will be out and it will be 2 CN versus 2 Asia, I believe.
Kind of crazy how a couple months ago, the final of the tournament were just all global player. And now we have to pray for one global player to make it through. And Keka, the world champion, AWS gaming warlord, is our last hope for global. Can he do it, Mr. Tutam?
Maybe. And sorry, I got that wrong. Aha Swift is actually from CN. So if he makes it through, it will be 3 CN and 1 Asia in the semi-finals. So a lot of Global's hopes here riding on Kecker. We are seeing on the side of Aha Swift, he likes that Lilium and that Asao, more aggressive kind of playstyle, whereas Kecker tends to favor more towards the defense scalers with Luan and Jean Li. Who do you think is going to come out on top, Sean?
Kecker is the king of turn 2, I think that's for sure. And we saw that Mithra, even though he was a very, very strong turn 2 player, he got absolutely demolished by his enemy, going 3-4 turns before he could even get one. So I think being a bit too slow might be a big disadvantage. But Kecker is not only just the king of turn 2, he's also very good at adapting on the fly. So we saw that he lost his first game in his last best of 3 and won the next 2. So we can trust Kecker is going to pull something out of his pocket today.
Yeah, and he's not scared to pull out a slightly unorthodox draft, as we seen yesterday with the 4 support draft that worked into that Freya comp. How is Freya able to deal with 4 supports? She's not.
I think Kecker is definitely the one to think, you know what, let me pick 3 healers. There's nothing wrong with that. And he have done that many, many times throughout his professional Etheria start gameplay career. And we are going to the draft, and we have a Nathan and Loan pre-ban, seeing very similar first pick from these 2 players as well. We got the little Kethos and Sylvia Schwanchi getting picked up.
Yeah, so pretty staple first and second picks from these players. Then on the side of Aha Swift, opting to go for that Jean Li. What is he going to lock? Because this will determine, he goes for the Fiat, so opting into more of that turn 2 versus turn 2 playstyle. Allows Kecker though to lock that Sharon if he wants, because on the other side, that Catchy to guard, if you were wanting to take it, will no longer be in the locked slot, so you would just be able to remove that.
The Sharon lock right there coming from Kecker, and maybe another strong damage dealer or another support, because he only got 2 damage dealer, and the support is going to be Iron coming out from Kecker.
I like that a lot. It gives you the option to cycle your Sharon back super quickly if you want to do that. You can go for the S3 with the Sharon, pull her back round, and you can basically pop someone before the rest of the team actually gets to move on the side of Ahaf Swift.
It's kind of wholesome that the Iron is on Alicorn because I think I haven't seen Alicorn being used on anyone for quite some time now.
So, yeah, and then on the side of Aha Swift, he's opting for that Lilium on that Law build. Not as big of a fan of that build into the Sharon because it's just going to get stripped anyway. So, what is he opting for on 5? I feel like he either needs to go for some sort of cleanser or more damage. Instead, he's opting for that Valyrian. So, looking for that shielding, and then that allows Kecker to go for the Navette on 5 to counter both the Jean Li and the Valyrian.
Yeah, that's not looking so hard for the last pick, to be honest, but it is going to be what he chose, and Valerian's going to be locked in. Navette is going to be in the match as well because she can counter so many different things, and we have the Sylvia for the strip, the Sharon for the strip. We've got a whole lot of strip going on to prepare Navette for the battle.
So I wonder if on the side of Kecker he just takes out this Lilium, or does he think that he'll have enough damage to get through anyway? Whereas on the side of Aha Swift, I feel like he removes the Sylvia, so he's wanting to get rid of that 100% guaranteed strip. And Kecker does think he has enough damage to get through that Lilium with the Valyrian taken out.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if that's going to work out too well, but here we go. First turn belongs to the Sharon. Maybe he wants the Sharon to actually land her strip because if there's Valerian on the field, then the Sharon strip become a little bit shaky due to the fact that there's going to be a shield on top of the immunity. We get the petrify, we get the block, and the damage will be on the Lilium. Can he finish this Lilium?
So this is the other thing that's interesting about the Aaron. He has the option here of he can S2 and then get the turn stolen, or he can S1 and let someone else turn be stolen. He gets to choose who Kethos is stealing the turn from.
Oh, I guess he's the one getting stolen. Kethos getting a turn right there. Skill all available. But which one is going to go for? It's going to go for the skill 3. And I think it's going to be on the Shuan-Chi. It will be on the Shuan-Chi. Landed the defense break. Looking really bad for the Shuan-Chi.
Yeah, that is actually pretty massive because it means I think the Jean-Chi won't have enough damage to kill off this Lilium. The Lilium is actually going to go before it anyway.
Ooh, that might be a dead Shuan-Chi.
Straight amber him, yeah. And he does. And it's a full seal. So 0 health. If anything touches the Jean-Chi while he's in amber, he's going down.
Oh, but he could not petrify the Fee Amelia.
The Fee resisted.
Is that over? Is that GG? Who is going to kill Lilium now? Nobody can kill Lilium.
I don't think he has any way of dealing with this Lilium now. He can maybe kill the rest of the units, but the Lilium's just going to have free reign.
Oh no, that Archon Fee Amelia. Oh no, Petrify misses on the Fee Amelia, completely shut down the game for Kecker. I don't think he has what it takes to win the game anymore because there's no way he's going to be able to kill this Lilium. And Lilium can literally spam skill 1 to never die if it boils down to Lilium soloing the match.
Yeah, the only saving grace for Kecker is that he does have Jackal on his Sharon. So he will get some damage coming out from her, but I'm surprised he's going for that. I think he needs to just target this Lilium because otherwise he's never going to kill it.
Oh, but he's definitely killing everyone surrounding the Lilium right there. So he might get it done, but it is going to be a tough situation to be in for Kecker because this Lilium, I don't think it's going to be going down that easily.
He did actually steal the speed buff off of the Lilium, which is allowing him to cycle a bit faster. The Navette is on Bloodbath, so survives the S2.
Imagine if the Navette died. That's going to be a free stun onto the Sharon. That's going to be very, very cool. But Kethos probably going to go down to the dot damage as well. Yeah. Look at that. Lilium against the Whir at this point. Can she do it? Is he
able to deal with it? Is he able to kill here? I feel like that stun might be game-winning. Does he switch over the S2 onto the Navette, tries to keep her alive? He will get a little bit of a shield if he does that and give her some extra tankiness with the buff. I think that's the right play. I think that's your only out if you're able to do this.
Not gonna lie, I've been in this exact situation before, and I've lost to a couple of Lilium in my days because my Shan could not do much. And oh, he went for the Navet.
Ooh,
He hit into a shield, so he couldn't heal at all.
I think that was the wrong play. I think he had to hit into anybody else if you're Aha Swift because you don't heal through shields when you hit them with that lifesteal. So he didn't gain any healing, as you say.
Oh my god, he kind of threw right there by not trying to heal himself, hitting into a shield of the unit that's on Bloodbath and extra damage reduction coming from Iron. Oh wow, Kecker lost the Swan Chi immediately to still win the game. That is incredible.
Don't know if the heal would have been enough. I think it would have been very close because he had the S3 coming up next turn on the Lilium. So would have been able to kill something off, and then he gets that speed buff, which allows him to cycle even faster. But we'll never know. Hit the shield, so didn't heal.
In my experience, a good Lilium will just start spamming skill 1 until the end of the game, trying to heal whenever he moves, because Iron do pretty much negative damage, and I think the vet couldn't really do much damage as well, except for the skill 2. So if he managed to just heal a little bit here and there, he might be able to do it.
I feel like the key target for him should have probably been that Sharon. I know she doesn't do any damage with the debuffs, but that Jackal actually deals pretty good damage, and that was probably the main source of damage coming out from Kecker onto that Lilium. 81% of the total damage coming from that Sharon, running that Swift, Bulwark Swift build. We're seeing that a lot, and he is running on that Sentinel, so takes reduced damage from crits.
Man, Sharon is just everywhere. Sharon is everybody key enemies at this point.
Yeah, it might actually be whoever has Sharon or whoever has Fushu wins the game. That seems to be what's happening today, and that seems to be the trend.
Yeah, I think Fia Miller lock is just not as valuable as Fuchu lock because the Lilium with Fia is just not as good as the Fuchu with the Lilium with Fuchu.
Yeah, because if he had that Fushu here, then the Lilium would have been cycling even faster, so would have just let him kill off the units on the side of Kecker. But what is Aha Swift going to change for this game 2? Probably needs to adapt slightly to the draft that Kecker brought out, and we are into the draft now. We're seeing the Nathan and the Sylvia pre-ban, and then on the side of Kecker, we're seeing that Kethos first pick.
Ooh, we got the Luan first pick coming out from Aha Swift right there, together with the Xuan Chi as well. And they're drafting pretty fast because Keka back with the Luvia, but this time locking in the Fuchu.
Yeah, so taking that consistent healer that also gives him that turn meter push, pretty good into Loan and into XC. Just gives you so much versatility in what you draft on that 4-5. But Swift going for that Asal, putting a clock on the match now. So what is Kecker going to go for on the 4-5 to be able to deal with that Asal? He's hovering the Sharon at the moment.
Man, picking an Asal lock into a Luvia, I'm not sure if that's going to be a good idea. And his team is a little bit vulnerable to being pushed back as well as increased cooldown time coming out from Kethos and Sharon. So overall, he seems a little bit unprepared for the debuff that's coming out from Kecker.
And we're seeing the Tiamat hovered as well alongside the Sharon. The Tiamat here, probably the best pairing with Fushu just because of the way that the damage share interacts with Fushu healing. Whenever one of your units gets hit, Tiamat is going to heal as a result of that, helping her push and also helping her transform more consistently and quicker. Celine on 5! The first Celine we're seeing. Celine's actually very good into most of the team on the side of Kecker. The only unit that it doesn't really deal with is Luvia, but it will shut down the Kethos. It makes the Fushu come out of S3 faster. It stops Sharon's dots on the S2, and it also stops the Tiamat transforming. I really like this pick on 5.
That is crazy. We got a Celine being picked for the first time in Etheria SS5 Vanguard Cup. Let's see if it's actually going to be able to do enough to stop the enemy because the ban is on the Luan.
Yeah, so the Selene is going to get a lot of value here if they are not on Bulwark and she's able to get this S3 off.
But what if she gets controlled by Kethos though? Because I don't think she's gonna be able to escape that
So
anytime soon.
interestingly, the Selene is actually on Archon, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's running some res on it to try and resist this Kethos for this exact type of draft.
Oh my god, that Celine's on Strive, and he accidentally put the Jackal Guard onto the Celine, so the Celine's gain
Oh, he's
so
going to get
much
on
turn
everybody.
meter. Oh, he's getting so much value out of the Celines
He
right
got
there.
on everybody except for the Fushu. The Fushu still having that immunity, but the Kethos and everybody
Oh,
else is going to get nothing from their passives for so long. 3 turns onto the Sharon because of that buff that Celine's got a couple of seasons ago. He'll probably be able to cycle back to the S3 before it actually meaningfully drops off anybody.
unfortunately, Kethos did not get the forgetfulness debuff, so Kethos still enjoy his passive. Sadly, he actually missed on the Kethos.
Oh, it was resisted. Wow.
But
Feels
at least
bad
he's
for
stopping the
Ash here.
Sharon and the Tiamat, which is very impactful and important in this game.
Yeah, I think that just changes the priority for who he needs to target with the Asal. I feel like if the Kathos still has his passive, you just go on the Kathos and try and get him out of the game, and then you can deal with the other two as and when you get the forgetfulness back up on them.
All right, look at this. Celine's being this budget Nathan, pretty much doing the forgetfulness and everybody. But look at this damage on the Tiamat. But Tiamat, without her passive, is so much weaker than what she should be doing right now because she is not
Go-
getting any value out of anything happening on the field.
The Silence did land the silence here. He can still go for these S1s to try and land forgetfulness with the Silence, so it's not out of the question for him to land on Kathos yet. He does have the S3 here. I would assume he just goes into the Kathos again and tries to get him out.
Yep, he needs to get his Kethos out quickly, but he's giving a lot of turn to this Kethos, and Kethos definitely going to be enjoying those and providing the team with pushback, cooldown reset to buy time for this Tiamat to come out of the forgetfulness debuff.
Yeah, the Tiamat still has a couple of one turn on the forgetfulness, and so does Sharon. So will he be able to get back to the Celine's S3? He's still one turn away from it, so it might actually fall off as he's able to put it back up. Going to
Oh,
be a
the
close one,
Kethos.
Sean.
Wait, Kethos did not S2 in that position? I wonder why.
I don't know either. I think he could have S2'd and then just tried to kill off the XC without proccing the Amber.
But anyway, that just happened, and we have the Sharon skill 3 coming out. That's gonna push the Tiamat in front, everybody else in front, and Tiamat actually will get out of the forgetfulness, so things might start looking pretty bad for Aha Swift.
But he's got the forgetfulness now onto the Kethos, so the Kethos won't be stealing any turns anytime soon. He has the S3 coming back up on the Celine's now, so but he does still have that S2 on the Kethos. So if it lands, he's probably fine. But if he gets the S3 down with Celine's, I feel like Kecker is probably in a bad spot. And it was resisted on the Celine's.
The Celines
And
will
the
get another.
Gigabyte proc. She's going to
Oh
get
no,
forgetfulness on everybody.
that is not looking good for Keko once again, because even though it seems like the Chuan-Chi is dying, the crazy time bomb that is Asao is getting stronger and stronger every time, and without your passive to stop her, it's gonna be pretty bad. Look at that, she is getting stronger quicker than ever.
Yeah, and this time he did actually land the forgetfulness on the Kathos, so hell on everybody except for the Fushu. The Fushu probably super high res, so not that unexpected, but he's in a tough spot now.
Not being able to steal turn, Tiamat being absolutely useless. I'm not too sure about this Tiamat pick anymore. I thought he was gonna go for like a Ray Mary because there's Amber, there's also a Sal, but as you can see, this Tiamat is not providing a whole lot of value. And this Celine's pick is getting so much out of the skill 3 is incredible.
Yeah, I thought the Selene was actually a force ban on 5. 4 units with passives that he can shut down. I thought it was just too much to be able to handle, and it's looking like it potentially could be. Also, maybe not pressing that S2 on that turn and trying to kill off that XC, bit of a misplay.
But funny enough, the Kethos actually transferred the debuff back to the Axie, so he got
Oh, he's
out
got the first
forgetfulness and he put it on the Axie, so there's no turn beater for him. That is so crazy. Kethos, you're the GOAT.
Kathos is OP. Imagine Bramble Kathos just transfer it but without his turns.
I swear my Kethos is on one accuracy slot, and I rarely see this transfer happen. Like, there gotta be like a trick to make it work like that.
So the Tiamat is still pretty healthy. The Fushu is almost out. Well, she has one more turn of the Moonlit Veil, so then the healing will finally run off. How close is this Selene to her S3 again? She's one turn away.
But then I don't think Haha Swift actually scared of this game going for longer, because this Asao is just so tanky at this point. He needs to do something about her. But before that, there are 3 other tanky units that he has to get through.
Yeah, but he does still have this Amber on the Tiamat, so... But that's big damage coming in from the Assault, and he gets a Battle Will proc onto the Sharon.
Oh no, that is not good. She is
The Assault's
getting
already
so
at
tanky.
17 stacks, only 3 away from max, and she's only going to get stronger as the game goes on because of the way that the scaling works with turns. And the Sharon's gone.
I think that's over, because Tiamat is it's not exactly in the game for most of the time. Like, she's not even doing anything. Like, Kethos has been trying so hard to do something for the team, and it's just not really enough because he's not like a damage dealer, unfortunately. So at this point, he is so weak as well, with 17 stacked down from the Assault. So I think that is kind of over for Kekker in this match.
The Tiamat's probably going to get to transform here, but no, just gives up. GG. Game 2 going to the Aha Swift. That Selene's putting in so much work there. That Forgetfulness basically shutting down the whole side of Kekker.
And that's what we love about these tournaments, is when the player try to overcome the enemy gear quality with strategy, pretty much like picking the Selenes. And also, Kekker might be underestimating Selene's quite a fair bit, because you don't really get to see or play against that unit very often. So you think, nah, I don't respect that. And then now he has to live with the consequences.
Well, not just that. He maybe thought that with the Kethos, he can just cooldown increase and ignore the Selenes. But the Selenes being on Archon and resisting the cooldown increases from that Kethos came up huge.
Indeed. He could not control the Selenes, and the Selenes went in and took down so many opportunities for Kekker to do any real value. The Tiamat pick was just not it. It did not do anything for so long the entire game.
I feel like the Tiamat was okay. I feel like it was just if you're picking the Tiamat there, I feel like you have to ban the Selence. It just gives too much value. You're seeing the Selence as the key animus, I think rightly so. Gigabyte on there with Archon, Bloodbath Swift, and Evil Guard, looking to get higher shielding from that. I would assume it's a bit of a mix in terms of HP, accuracy, and res, but not sure. I actually want to go and play about with some Selence after that.
Funny enough, I reset this unit, I think 2 seasons ago, and low-key feeling kind of bad, but that was just beautiful display of keeping your niche draft build just so that you can get a cheeky win in between is absolutely incredible strategy. And maybe Aha Swift has another surprise for us in the next game.
Maybe. And this is also something that Kekker's going to have to keep in mind in this draft now. He knows that Selence is there. He's going to have to draft with that in mind, that maybe he can't deal with it. Maybe he needs to ban it.
Indeed. And I don't think Kekker probably has Selence to steal from the enemy, and I wonder if stealing it actually matter at all. But we're going into the 3rd game between Kekker and Aha Swift. Kekker is potentially getting disqualified here today. And can he make it through to the semifinal?
So we're seeing the Kethos, Luvia, and Fushu taken on the side of Kecker. Aha Swift has opted for that Luan and that Zhongqi. So this is very similar to the last draft that we've seen. And will we see the same result? We're seeing that Asal on lock. What is Kecker going to change this time? Because he basically has the same draft. He's taking that Sharon. Is he going to go for the Tiamat on 5? Or is he going to go for something different so that he's not as susceptible to that Silence? So he's switching it up and he's going for the XL on 5.
Yeah, I think Shuanli really care about the lens too much, so that's gonna be a pretty good switch up for Kecker, saying that you can't silence me, but Aha Swift going into the Iron so that he can steal all of this Shuanli goodness and allow his team to move. But no,
Swapped
it is
over
going to be the
instead
Lilium.
to the Lilium. Just kind of letting him know. Oh, no, baiting us all. He swaps back to the Aaron. I feel like if he was going for that Lilium, he's kind of telling Kecker that he's banning Zhongli, because then he would have no damage on the side of his team. But now I feel like the bans are more up in the air. Goes for that Aaron and goes for the Luvia. So who do you think has won the draft here, Sean?
We are not too sure right here, because if the Loan can actually perform, but the first turn definitely gonna
And the Loan's the fastest unit!
Oh my god, that is a giga
but
speed
resisted
Loan.
on Sharon.
Oh, you know what? We don't know anything anymore. And we thought the Loan's gonna win the game, but she fumbled the bag, and now the Sharon's gonna move and put on so much damage on the enemy team, and that is looking pretty bad for Aha Swift.
Oh,
but the
but
buff
lands
block
the block
onto the
as well.
Shuanli.
That is massive. Because now the Fushu's not going to be able to put the shield up either. So this Zhongli is super vulnerable.
But I think the moment Fushu buff into the damage coming out from Shuanli, even without a defense buff, is still going to be quite significant. Aha Swift will have to kill the enemy team fast, or the dot's going to get to him.
I feel like the Sharon with the Asal buff on, or debuff on her, if you start focusing the Asal into the Sharon, she's just going to take so much damage so quickly, and then you can start pivoting in towards dealing with the other units. But the Kethos stealing the turn from the Asal is pretty massive there, not letting him start stack away.
Yeah, the Loan being really fast actually cut in front, allowing the Kethos to steal the Asal turn was really, really big.
So this Loan has a lot of work to do. Oh, because it's Swift, it might actually just go down before it gets to do much.
Oh, Fiamelia has something to say about that. We're going to see a little bit of healing here. This Shuanli is in trouble because she does not have anything to protect her, and she might go down. Oh my god, the damage!
So close. Does he just go for the Sharon here? I feel like you just target the Sharon. You want to get that taunt on and you want to cycle fast enough. No, he's going for the S2, getting the speed down on everybody.
Yeah, he really wants his Asal to actually take a turn here, because she hasn't taken a turn just yet. But if she can take a very good turn, she might be able to finish off this Shuanli. Oh, hold up.
Oh,
wait a
feel
minute.
Like the S2 should kill off, or Amber at the very least, this Zhongqi. And
Amber's
I would
off.
do a lot. Oh!
The Kethos has been
that's
putting on that
massive.
increased cooldown time on the Amber, and Amber's gone. So Zhongqi is done. Oh, hold up. The situation is looking really good for Kecker once again.
And the Loan's down!
That might
Just
be GG.
That is looking like GG. That Kethos landing at the perfect time, coming in clutch. This was looking rough for a little bit there, but just turned around.
Yeah, do you think that missing the taunt in the first turn led to this, or would it matter at all? I feel like the Shuanli and the Kethos kind of carry the game right there.
I feel like missing the taunt is still pretty big, though, because it pushes back the rest of the team and pushes your team up. So I feel like it was a lot of damage as well from those dots. You can see the amount of health seal that is on both the Asal and the Fia, but we'll never know. Kills off the Zhongqi. Can this Asal do it?
I don't think so. She has no more of her special buff to survive. Oh wait, she's getting a turn. The pushback failed. Oh, hold up. But I think the Fia is gonna die to the dots though. So I mean, not much that you can do alone.
If he had battle willed there, he might have got another stack and then been able to do it. But no, it's GG. Kecker going through with the 2-1. That was a super close set.
Wow, Kanka keeping the hope for global server, moving on to the semi-final. Will he make it to the final round? We don't know just yet, but we saw Kanka put up a pretty good show here for us today.
We definitely did. And who would you say was the MVP of that game? Would you think it's the Jean Lee, or is it that Kethos with that cooldown increase that kind of took the edge away from the side of Aha Swift?
I think that was definitely the Kethos because the Xuan Ji wasn't able to do much and then died due to not having Amber. And then Kethos also stole the turn of the Asao at the right moment. So Asao played one turn the entire game. So she couldn't really do a whole lot right there. And the increased cooldown time also allowed the Xuan Li to kill off the very fast but squishy Loan through the Amber. So I think overall Kethos just completely destroyed Aha Swift right there.
Yeah, Kethos still looking super strong, especially if you compare him alongside other super strong units like that Fushu, Zhangxi, and Sharon, all seeming to do very well at the moment. So we have our 4 people through. Is it 4? No. Yes. 4 people through, 8 people through. Can't count.
We have 4 left, Bob. We have 4 left. And one of them from global, one of them from Asia, specifically, I think Korea server, and
Yeah.
2 from China. So China looking like they might bring home the champion title once again.
Yeah, and interestingly though, I think we have it's global versus CN on one side of the bracket and CN versus Asia on another side. So we could see an all CN final, or we could see a bit of a mix-up.
Maybe the player from Korea server is gonna actually make it to the final and make it very intense because that could be their first champion title in Etheria Restart.
I think that would be pretty exciting. If we've had global champions, we've had CN last time. Do we get an Asia representative winning this time from Korea? Who knows? We'll need to find out in the next couple of games. But all of these players now have seen multiple games from each other. Do you think there's something that some of these players have taken away that they're maybe going to change up for playing against specific people?
I think maybe someone gonna finally put some respect on pre-banning Sharon at some point because she has been absolutely working on different kind of draft right there for sure.
I will say, I'm very surprised that with the amount of Sharon that we've not seen all that much Catchy the Guard played into her. Most people are opting for different things at the moment, and it just surprises me, because on ladder, you're seeing a lot of Catchy the Guard lock into those Sharon picks, whereas in this tournament, you're not really seeing it as much.
I feel like they just really like the comfort healer lock, and they are racing to always lock Etheria or Fuchu. But I think that is why Sharon has been super popular because these players, they refuse to lock Catchy the Guard where they could have, but because Catchy the Guard does not provide any healing, so maybe it's not very comfortable for them to put the unit in the lock position. And we also saw that X actually locked Catchy and lost. So maybe Catchy might not be as good in the lock position for these players.
Yeah, so these are the matchups that we're seeing coming up next. We have the 2 semi-finals, and it will be between, is it Lucky Loon versus Yon Yong? And then we have Ming versus Kecker. The winner of both those matches will go into the grand final place, whereas the loser of both those matches will be playing for 3rd place. So just a reminder that 1st place will be taking home, I believe, $3,000. 2nd place will be taking home $1,500, and 3rd place will be taking home $500. So a lot to play for, Sean.
Yeah, you are pretty much almost guaranteed yourself some money on the line at this point. So that's going to be a comfortable feeling. But it is Etheria. It's competitive. So we want to play for the champion title. And Keka, I think, will definitely want a revenge. He went out as a 3rd place in the previous Hyperlinker Cup. So I think he wants to regain that champion title this time around, especially with the last time champion and runner-up gone. So technically, he is the strongest player of them all in this bracket that we're seeing right here.
He is, but we have seen a lot of the games go all the distance. We are going to go for a break now, and we will be back in 5 minutes. So see you guys with some more exciting games after that.
I once believed that together we could bring happiness and joy through the sound of the strings, to heal the wounds, to forget the suffering, to let go of the hate. But I never imagined that trust would lead to such harm.
She's too badly injured. Even with both arms amputated, she can barely be kept alive. Removing her right now, there's nothing I can do.
Envy and betrayal born of trust. It cost me everything. In the laboratories of Leopold's life, I opened my eyes once more. The silent stage was about to witness a new awakening. The strings too shall tremble once more.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the Theorista SS5 Vanguard Cup. We are closing to the end because we now are down to the last 4 players, Bob. And we only have one global representative, Kaka. Do you think he's going to take it home for the global server?
I don't know. It's looking really tough, Sean. Some of these competitors are running some really exciting things. I'm really looking forward to seeing more out of Yon Yong. We've only actually seen the one game, but just a reminder, guys, there is a code, so make sure to chuck that in game for your in-game goodies. It is EWS Vanguard. So go and grab your stuff now. But yeah, Yong from Korea, we've only seen the one game from him, so the players actually have the least amount of information from him, and he looked super clean playing up against X. So I wonder what the answer is going to be into him. At the moment, I would actually say he's probably my favorite to take it.
Potentially. And he'll be the first one from the Asia server to take it home a champion title as well. And we are moving right into it for the first match of the semifinal. It is still best of 3. The grand final will be best of 5. So getting a quick win immediately is going to be very beneficial for one of these players. And we have the good old classic Nathan Kethos reban between these two once again.
Yeah, so we're seeing Lucky Loom versus Young Yong. We've seen the Sylvia pick first. Now, answering with the Zhang Qi, probably going to go for something like a Luan on 2 alongside that. Or maybe the Fia, just looking to take away one of those healers that we're seeing. Oh, no, instead opts for the Luvia. This is the very similar draft to what he was picking against X. So pretty comfortable for him. In that draft, if I remember rightly, he was looking to go for that Fushu on 3. Will he opt to go for that again?
It's kind of crazy how Lily is back in the competitive scene pretty often by these players in the tournament. And Luvia, interestingly, is the kind of unit that you will see pick very early, or they don't even know Luvia exists for some players. It's kind of funny. But for these two, Luvia, Lily are going to be very early picks.
Yeah, so instead of going for the Fushu this time, opting for that Fiamelia. The Fiamelia is on Archon, so looking to resist some of those debuffs. At the moment, on the side of Lucky Loon, only really has that Luan for damage, but you only really need 1 damage dealer when paired with that Lily, because you have the option of linking up with them and basically getting 2 turns for the price of 1.
Oh, Sharon getting picked up as well, and the Lilium immediately getting picked up to counter the Sharon. And we might see another strong damage dealer in the last slot here, because when you go Lily, you gotta go quick. I don't think you can afford to slow down. But we also saw that this exact draft, Luan, Lily, Lilium, getting abused by AoE damage, which means there could be a Raymary last pick from the enemy. But Raymary is being picked up by the Lily player.
Yeah, but it's Raymarie on Gator into Sharon. I don't know if I really like that, because it's just basically putting a clock on your Raymarie. As soon as that Sharon presses S3 and gets those dots down, the Raymarie is effectively dead. So what is he going to pick here on 5 to round out this draft? Does he go for another damage dealer or a more supportive unit?
Maybe just mean that his Lilium gotta finish the job quick, or the Luan has to permanently lock down this Sharon. But the Valerian's gonna be there to buy the Sharon Tam so that she can shut down this Raymary.
Yeah, I kind of like the Valerian here on 5 is pretty good into both the Lilium, Raymarie, and Luan. So kind of has options in terms of who he wants to ban here. Who would you ban if you were on the side of Lucky Loon?
Man, this is really, really tough. And we have the Zhang Qi being the ban, and the Lilium is going to be the ban. I think this Raymary is going to struggle into killing anyone over there, even with the support of the Luan.
I will say, though, I think that the side from Yong is on a bit of a clock here, because the Sharon, will it be able to deal enough damage to get through all of this? I would assume so, because the Raymarie is on Gator, but the Luan is there.
Oh, I guess the Luvia is pretty much gone from this round, and everything is on that Sharon. at this point. So is this Sharon's gonna be able to do enough? Unfortunately, this Sharon is not on Jackal Guard, so that's gonna nerf her ability to turn cycle quite a fair bit compared to a Jackal Guard build.
Yeah, but the one good thing about being on the Moon Bunny is if the Luan ever swaps the S3 over to the Sharon, there's a good chance that by that time she'll have some of those stacks. So she might be able to still get some S3s off, even if the Luan was to target her.
Wait, is this Luvia lagging? I mean,
I think
you don't really have an option, right? You can only skill one into one thing, so not too sure about that. But Luvia gone from the field. We have Sharon dropping the S3 here, but you can't really do that due to the immunity coming out from this Sylvia.
Do you just go for the S1 here then? Try and strip off those immunities on the side of Lucky Loon? Or do you just send the S3 anyway, try and cycle back around? What would your play be, Sean?
It's probably going to be S1 here just to get some extra value from the turn meter gain of the S1 and not wasting the multiple dot opportunity with the S3. But with Sylvia on the field, S3 of Sharon lose a lot of value because she can just take all of that debuff off.
Yeah, the Fia is still doing pretty decent damage into the Luan, almost half HPing her with that one S3. The Raymarie is here, but the Raymarie's not going to be doing all that much through the Valyrian. I don't know whether he just goes for no, goes for the S3. I thought he might just go for an S1 and try and land a cheeky stun on somebody, but instead decides to opt for that S3, trying to stack up those Raymarie stacks early.
I think he's trying to get this Luvia out of the game as quickly as possible, and definitely achieving that goal right there with this Lowan constantly putting a lot of pressure. And maybe one more turn, and this Raymond is going to be able to finish off the Luvia.
And got the cooldown increase on the Sharon, which is pretty massive for him. So it's going to be even longer before he's able to deal with this Raymarie. The Raymarie is at 80 stacks, and he's able to get rid of all the shielding here with that Sylvia S3.
Oh, this Luvia not looking so hot right now because one more hit and she's going to be off the Valerian. Valen does not have the skill 2 to protect her any longer, and Fee Amelia does not have the skill 3 as well. So there is no way to protect this Luvia from being one shot, and the Sharon is going to be the next target for the Lowen.
The Raymarie resisted the sleep coming out from the Valyrian. I think you just go for the S. Oh, I would have probably went for the S2 there. Just tried to do as much damage as possible and proc the Ray.
I think he's probably just don't want to give like the Fee Amelia more ammo, but oh my
Oh,
god!
and the stun!
The only
Stun
chance for the Sharon to do
Sharon.
anything.
Oh, the
That is
Sharon's
so
not getting
sad.
to play the game. Because now the Luan just gets to put the S3 on the Sharon, and that is just kind of GG. Oh, instead, opts to go on the Fia. Just because he's already landed the S1 taunt on the Sharon, has that kind of little bit of leeway in where he goes.
I think this was pretty much over. I think Sharon alone is going to be able to do a whole lot of damage, especially with the 2-turn immunity and the bunny on 2 unit. And the 2 unit that does not have immunity have Amber, which directly counter the Sharon.
And he
Oh
lands
my
the
god!
taunt again! I wonder if this Luan has any form of accuracy, because he is hitting everything.
Yeah, hitting the accuracy off randomly like that is pretty crazy. And I think,
And the
oh my
stun
god!
again! Oh,
He's gonna be
man,
making
he's
fun of this
landing
guy at this point. Oh
everything.
my days. Wow.
He's
This
not
Sharon
getting to play the game. He's playing a CC team with no CC.
is playing a CCT with skill 1, 50% proc chance. That is insane. Unfortunately for On Young, he does not have a great start in this round. And game
Wow.
1 goes the way of Lucky Loon.
Wow. I wonder what he's going to mix up for that game too. That looked pretty convincing. I feel like he maybe thought that his Luvia was faster than the Lily, and that's why he opted to go for that Fia. But as soon as you get outsped and you're letting that Luan through, you know your Luvia is not going to be doing much for the whole game. She's just going to get controlled and killed, and that's what we've seen happen. So I feel like if you're playing that Luvia, you either need to be fast enough to go first and take control of the game, or you need to have some way of dealing with something like Luan.
Yeah, it's just tough because Lowen is so hard to deal with when your main CC unit gets CC by Lowen. And that
Yeah.
is how Lowen started off in the meta as an anti-CC unit. The moment she back in the day controlled the vet, the Hormeal, and now she's moved on to controlling Luvia and Sharon, and she is just perfect for that job.
Yeah, she is so strong. And I think before the game, you were talking about some players, we see Luvia all the time, other players, we barely even know they exist. I feel like that's one of the things that kind of differentiates. If you're fast enough to play Luvia, I feel like she's a super strong pick. But when the opponent's faster than you, I feel like her priority goes down.
Maybe I think you just have to put her on Moon Bunny at least so that you get hit by Lowen, at least you can still exile somebody before you get permanently controlled by the unit. And the Codex of Magic, we saw that in the stat yesterday, was very popular for Asia server, but not very popular on the global or the CN server. Maybe for that exact reason, the Lowen, you have to be on Moon Bunny.
Yeah, Moon Bunny would give you that option, as you say, to get that S3 off. You can send it on anybody else except for the Loan. But Codex, if you're able to get that first turn, just offers you so much more pressure. So it's that kind of trade-off. Are you going first and want to run the Codex because you get that value from it, or are you going second, in which case Moon Bunny's just better?
Indeed. And I think we saw that right there. Then Codex is just so much riskier unless you are very confident in your speed. In this case, he was not. So if he was confident in his speed, I think his last pick would not be a Valerian, but it will probably be some sort of Doki Doki or Turandot in the last pick. But he went for a Valerian because he wants to survive.
I wonder what he's going to change up for this game too. I wonder if we'll see a higher priority on Luan or a lower priority on Luvia, because those are the things. Oh, instead we're seeing a Lily pre-ban. I like this, because in the last couple of games we've seen from Lucky Elune, he has locked that Lily every single game.
Oh, he took away the top set of Lucky Elune right there. Unyon's going to go for the Kethos first pick. So what is it going to be? We've got a Sylvia coming out from Lucky Elune. Is he going to try and outspeed Oyon now, knowing that his top speed set is in the pre-ban slot?
Maybe. We might still see that Luvia come out then, if he is confident that he doesn't have another unit that could potentially outspeed it. There might still be a Doki hiding there in the background, and there's always that Turandot that's potentially lurking. He is going for that Luvia, and then he's going for the Catchy the Guard. Some people are running top speed Catchy the Guard, so it may be even faster than his Luvia.
Oh, we've got a female Amelia lock right there. And he's giving up turn 1, going for the turn 2 with the Shuanchi and the Fia. Shuanchi in this situation is being picked very late in the draft. It's kind of interesting to see what kind of OP unit people prioritize. And this for these two, Shuanchi is not it.
I feel like Sharon's not really good on either of these drafts. You have the Catchy the Guard, but then you're having to get through 2 different Amber units, one of them being Luan. I really don't know if I like that. But opting to go for the Sharon here, what does he pick on 5 to round out his draft? I feel like he either needs a healer or some other form of damage to just go all in.
I think he needs a Rayberry at this point.
I
So
feel like
either get
Rayberry
through
is
the
actually
Amber.
a very good pick. No, he's going for the Asal.
So I think the better pick for Sharon would have been like Rayberry Asal. I think that would be pretty good into this potentially longer fight here. But the Sharon seems to be underwhelming into 2 healers and a Lilium.
Yeah, we'll need to see how this plays out. Who are the bans going to be? The Asal does put a bit of a clock on the game if it gets through the draft. So I don't know if that would potentially get removed. And I feel like you either have to remove the Luan or the Lilium. The Lilium is removed and the Asal is removed. So that clock is no longer there. And he does still have the Ambers as a bit of safety against the Sharon.
All right, here we go, guys. First turn belongs to Catchy the Guard and Sylvia. I mean, not Sylvia, Luvia. So there will be some unit gone from the field for a long duration of time.
Yeah, and who is it going to be? I would assume it's either the Luan or the XC. It is the Luan, so not wanting anybody to get S3'd probably allows him to try and work down this XC over time while the Luan is in exile.
Oh, we got the strip from Sylvia. That's gonna allow the XC to start doing some crazy damage as well. Unyong team does not have any healing, so that's gonna be a small problem over there.
He does steal the turn away from the XC. I would assume he needs to go for the S3 here to get the death rake and then go all in on him.
Oh,
He does
another
land
layer
it.
from the Catchy.
So
Big skill
if he
two
get
coming out. I'm sorry about.
this is where the Codex will actually come in very clutch, because he has that option. As soon as the Luan comes out of the exile, he can just send her straight back in again. Or if it's at the point where he just needs to get rid of the Fia to get rid of the healing, he can then choose to get rid of her, because now all the immunity and the Moon Bunny is gone from the side of Lucky Loon.
And let's see if the damage is going to be enough to bring down this Xuan Qi quickly enough. Unfortunately, he is still kind of healthy, but at least the defense break is going to stay on him for a long duration of time, and that nerfed the damage of the Xuan Qi quite a fair bit. And that strip, unfortunately, also give the enemy a lot of turn meter with the Catchy the God passive.
Yeah, and now does he choose to exile the Luan again, or does he go for someone else, potentially look to remove even the Fia to remove the healing? I feel like you have to get rid of the Luan though, because if she's ever able to press S3, I feel like the game's just over.
Now, I think we'll get rid of the Fia here and try to do even
Oh.
more damage, because everything is kind of open right now because the Sylvia does not have any skill for quite some time. And if you want to kill the enemy team, maybe now is the time. And you have a pushback from the Catchy the God as well. So Luan is not moving anytime soon.
Yeah, and he did actually land the cooldown increase as well onto the Luan, so it does have a bit of a window there where she's not able to do anything. But we did see in that last game, every single S1 she sent, regardless of whether they had the exaltation, was landing taunt. So maybe this is a bit of an accuracy Luan.
Oh, we got the Sharon skill 3 coming back soon, but not quite yet. But she might be able to do enough damage to finish off this Sylvia, and that is going to be huge for Onyong.
Yeah, and next turn, the Kethos will have the S3 back into the S2 combo. If he can try and sync up the Kethos cooldown increase with that Sharon S3 popping the damage, he could potentially be able to get rid of these Ambers without proccing them.
Oh, almost killed the Sylvia right there. Luan is actually in a very rough spot. She does not have any skill, and her HP is pretty low. But there might be a small window to come back here, unless the Kethos completely shut his team down.
He didn't land the taunt, so he's going to get the S3 off here. And then if the Kethos is able to get this S3, S2 off, it's looking kind of rough. I will say, though, on the side of Yongyong, his Luvia and Catchy are both pretty low. So when this Fia eventually does come out, I feel like S3 might just finish both them off.
Oh, I think that Sylvia is done for. And
Sylvia's
he
down.
has.
And he's
Oh,
so
that's
low.
not looking good.
And the Luan's going to take a massive chunk of damage here. Oh. He got out of the Amber. He has a chance here.
Oh, the comeback might be possible. Oh, the Amber. Oh, he has no HP. And that might stop the healing and stop the damage of the Xuan Qi as well.
He lands the cooldown increase as well onto the Fia, which is massive.
I think all gonna be Sharon now. Can she finish off the Xuan Qi? Because if she does, I think the game is over. I don't think Fia Amelia alone can beat 2 HP scaler.
But this Xuan Qi is going to cycle super quickly with this Sharon hitting her.
But the Sharon has skill 3.
Is
She
it
will
enough
probably
damage?
live through this. I think this might be enough.
Oh, it's so close.
The damage is crazy. Here comes the
But
skill 3.
I feel like she dies. He doesn't send it. He doesn't want to send it.
He didn't trigger the Fia, and that's very, very smart. But unfortunately, I think the Fia is gonna go in front. No! He get another S3 out before the Fia get to move. Oh, that might destroy the Fia completely.
I feel like the S3 from the Fia was going to kill off the Sharon there. And will this kill? It does! Massive comeback there from Yon Yong. It's going to game 3. Both of these players trying their hardest to make it to the final, and it is coming down to the wire.
Man, the Sharon damage is just absolutely crazy. Dot damage is kind of unpredictable with the Sharon on the field because with the bloodbath interaction, you don't really know if you're gonna live, but sometimes the damage is more than enough to kill you, and especially for a unit like Fia, if you live, you might turn the game around, but if they just need to do enough damage to kill you, it's immediately over.
Yeah, you've seen there that final pop on the Fia, 56,000 damage. Probably some of the highest damage numbers you're ever going to see in Etheria. But Dot, before the release of Sharon, was kind of one of these things that just tickled and did nothing. But with Sharon on the field, it is insane damage.
Indeed. I think before Dot in this game, I actually deal less than the usual 5%, only 4% of the total HP. So with Sharon on the field, the Dot becomes 10, 11%, and it is so deadly into all these bruiser unit. And Sharon, wow, what an absolute treat. Look at that damage number.
77% damage in the whole match. And she dealt 77% in 7 turns. So 11% damage every single turn. Kind of crazy. And the other thing is she's also cycling your team because she pushes back while also pulling up your team. She's just a completely loaded kit.
And he also drafted Sharon together with Catchy the Guard, and that took away the counterplay to Sharon. We were kind of doubting the Sharon pick a little bit because we saw Amber, we saw Sylvia, but turns out Sharon was more than just Dot. She is the main damage dealer for the team the entire time.
Yeah, she did insane. And I really liked the adaptation there from Young Young, removing that Lily, which was a bit of a comfort pick for Lucky Loon at the moment. And then he could just deal with a more kind of standard draft. I wonder what the adaptation, if any, is going to be from Lucky Loon that we see in this final game.
We shall see. Ban pick is about to happen. Is he going back into the Lily? He will pre-ban the Lily, but Nathan is open. We have a Loan pre-ban. So first pick for On Young is going to be the Amber Nathan.
Amber Nathan taken, and then he gets the Kethos alongside. What is he going to take? Loan is actually taken out in this game. So taking the Sylvia there alongside the Kethos.
Which also allowed the enemy to lock the Luvia maybe, or it's gonna go like Luvia Catchy the Guard so that he can have Sharon open in the last 2, and that's gonna be quite scary for Lucky Loon to deal with.
Yeah, maybe he has a plan though, letting this Nathan through, because if you let Nathan through, you have to assume the opponent is going to take it. So maybe going to pull out something here just as a bit of a surprise. Could potentially be something like a turn dot and then look to go into cleave, or could even lock a Messiah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna lock Fuchu into something. But he steals Sharon for
locking
himself.
The Sharon. Taking the Sharon and then also going with the XL. So sees the Fia unlock, knows he can't lock the Catchy, and already has one of the good answers into Sharon with that Sylvia. So if the Catchy's now picked on 4-5, could just potentially remove it.
Wow, look at that. A lot of damage, but it also means Fuchu is going to come out over there, maybe into a Tiamat or a Ray Mary for the last pick, or even an Asao as well. A lot of different kind of option for him right there, but we also have to think about the Nathan first pick being there, just quite a force to be reckoned with if you don't ban him.
Yeah, so at the moment, it's a bit of a, going for the Lilium on 5. So answering into that Sharon, trying to force the ban on the Lilium. I will say on the side of Lucky Loon though, he has that XL, which gives him a lot of options to actually deal with that Lilium. So I don't even know if it's a forced ban. And then also goes for the Asal on 5, putting a bit of a timer on the game, especially when you have people like Fia and Fushu on your team who aren't actively dealing damage, just trying to keep your team alive. Asal loves playing into those types of units.
Yep, and that's going to be rough for On Young to deal with. So what is going to be the ban here? Is it going to be Nathan ban like usual, or is he going to let the Nathan stay? The Nathan will not stay, and Xuan Li is going to go as well. So both teams have the healer, have the damage dealer, and Asal is going to make sure that we will not go to 100 turns in this match.
I feel like the side with the Sal is slightly favored here. I feel like the Sal can just kind of run away with this match, but I could be wrong.
But starting off strong with a strip into a Sharon, into a Kethos skill too, looking really, really good for Lucky Ilun at this point.
Okay, so he's going for the S3 here. I don't know if the XC will cut. Normally they do after a Sharon moves. Not quite. So he can go for the S3 here, probably onto the XC, get that death breakdown and push him back. And then he can probably go for the S3 here on the Assault. If he gets a Battle Will proc with the batter, he probably just kills Lilium. He didn't get a Battle Will proc, so she will get to press. Maybe.
So this is the price of going slow, is that they can go 4 turns before you actually take one and put your team under so much pressure. Lilium lost 6 stacks of stat, and this Chuan Chi could die in the very next turn being resetted by the Kethos.
Yeah, he definitely could. I don't know if this Fushu is going to be fast enough to get up to actually press S3. And the Kethos might go next anyway and just reset her. I feel like this is going to be super close. Does she push enough? She doesn't. Does she resist? She doesn't resist either. Oh no. And the Fushu's basically a dead unit. He needed the Fushu to get the S3 off here. That could just be game, Sean.
I think that is game because the reset hit on everybody, which mean the Fia still have skill 3, so there is still a little bit of comeback if possible, but I don't think there's a chance anymore because the Cathos Stern stealing is here. The Swan Chi is pretty much gone, and Lilium is still gonna get a turn.
Yeah, and even if Lilium does get... Oh, Lilium is going to get a turn, but she's already down 6 stacks. And, the Kathos steals the turn, adding insult to injury.
Yeah, that is pretty much it. 9 stack now on Lilium. Even if she gets to move, what good can she bring to the table without any real damage whatsoever? I think this game is pretty much over because the Sylvia will soon... and soon the Silver will do it right now and allow the Assault to tap this Lilium one more time, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Sylvia turn manipulation is ridiculous in this game.
There's just so much turn manipulation on the side of Lucky Loon. He has the Kathos stealing turns, pushing back. He has the Sharon pushing back and giving him turn meter. And then he has the Sylvia also pushing back and giving him turn meter. It's just so much manipulation that's allowing him to move so many more times than the side of Yon Yong. You've seen his whole team move multiple times before this Lilium's even taken a turn.
Yeah, and even this Fia has gotten 2 heals out. It doesn't really matter because of the anti-cleanse of the Sharon and the healing coming out from Sylvia for the rest of the team. So the damage from Fia Amelia is pretty much negligible for Lucky Loon.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just a matter of time now. Once this Asal gets to hit this Lilium, I feel like she probably just kills. She's up at 9 stacks and the Lilium's weakened 9 stacks. He might just decide to kill someone else instead, though. He's killing the Fushu. Oh, not quite. Oh, the S1 kills.
He's actually leaving the Lilium for last just to add salt to injury because he knows that this Lilium is far from doing any real work without any stat on her. And oh my god, he let the Fia die as well. That is over.
And that is game. We're just waiting for this Lilium to finally die, I feel like. But
wait, the Fia died, but not really. The Fia actually died, but the game decided you're going to be here for a little bit longer. But we already know the outcome of this game. The turn 1 manipulation from Sylvia, Sharon, Kathos was unbeatable in this position where he pretty much abused the enemy team for taking turn 2.
Yeah, he did. And that's the downside to going slow in the current meta. If you're able to draft these fast units, just kind of outcycle the opponent, a lot of the time you can just win. And hitting that cooldown increase on the Fushu, although it was important, I don't feel like it even changed the game that much. I feel like it was still in a state where even hit it or miss it, you still win from there.
Beautiful display of Sylvia, Sharon, Kethos, and Lucky Ilun will move on to the final, going for the champion title. Onyong is going to go to the third place match, trying to win $500. And last time we have Lucky Sunny. This time we have Lucky Ilun. So
Yeah.
CN is still very much on top, and it is extremely scary for Keko.
Yeah, and that was the representative from Asia who is moving down into the third, fourth place match. So we won't have a winner this time from Asia, maybe next time. But looking forward to this next match, we have Kecker up against Aha Swift. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm not too
Oh,
sure,
it's
but
Ming.
I'm definitely
It's
rooting
Ming.
for Kecker.
I know Ming is another one of these players who is it Ming? Likes to lock the Lily, I'm pretty sure. So we might see another Lily pre-ban in this matchup, or Kecker might just stick to his standard pre-bans. I think we've seen Nathan pre-banned in most of his games.
Maybe we're gonna see Nathan in the game potentially, because
Maybe.
these players have been letting Nathan through. They've been kind of experimenting with the draft a little bit. Instead of banning like the default ban Nathan, they're banning the comfort pick of the enemy, and that allow you to draft knowing that you actually ban a very good unit that people actually use, instead of just blind banning the Nathan.
Yeah, and we're seeing the key animus here from this game was that Sylvia running on the Moon Bunny with Swift Strive Swift. Just a super powerful unit at the moment, giving you full team cleanse, turn meter manipulation, healing, and a speed boost on top of immunity. Actually pretty good into Nathan, because it gives you that speed boost on every single one of your turns, helps you to hit into it.
And it's crazy how she is a normal RGB unit that in Etheria Restart is the same as being free, and she does not need extra dupes to be extremely useful. She can be used at P0 if you want to save summon, and she is as powerful as P0 compared to a P5. P5 they just make her like a bit tankier.
Yeah, and she's a super meta relevant unit. One of the things that you'll see about a lot of the RGBs in this game is that when they release, a lot of them either fill a super powerful niche or are just very strong all round. And Sylvia fits one of those very strong all round units. She can do a little bit of everything very well.
And we can't even forget about Azo, who is always there if you happen to be tanking down, you think you can actually out-sustain the enemy, and they pick Azo, suddenly the game is not very comfortable anymore, even though you might have 2-3 healers.
No, even after her nerf, Asal is still one of those units that puts a clock on the match, and if you're not able to win very quickly with Asal in the game, 9 times out of 10, she will come out on top.
Yeah, very, very scary unit and very hard to control as well. And moving on to the next round, we are seeing Ming against Keka. Ming representing the China server, Keka representing global. Back then, Keka would be easily winning every opponent from whatever server. We saw that in EWS, we saw that in previous tournament. But recently, the rise of every other server has been very, very scary. And global is no longer the top server anymore in Etheria Restart. Can Keka help us reclaim the throne? And here we go. We have Keka actually pre-banning the Lily from the enemy.
Yeah, so that was something that we've seen a lot of yesterday from Ming. He was locking that Lily in every single one of his games that he could. So I really like that adaptation from Kecker. It shows that he was watching the games and didn't want to deal with it, wanting to see in this game 1, what else have you got prepared? Because you have that little bit more flexibility with game 1, because you have game 2, game 3 to go. You can afford to try a different ban. And going with that Lily, I really like it. So he's opting for the Sylvia and Luan on the side of Ming. Kecker is going for Kethos and Zhongqi.
But what is he going to lock? Is he going via Fuchu, the healer lock? Or is he going for something more aggressive? Maybe he even switched to Catchy the Guard kind of thing. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what he's gonna go for. But knowing Kaka, I think he's probably gonna go for a heal a lot in this position.
I would assume Kekker does. He goes for that Fushu on Archon, trying to get that consistent healing and turn push across his whole team. He's got 3 units so far that manipulate turn meter in some way, so he should be able to get plenty of turns regardless of what Ming picks here. Now, with the Lily out from the side of Ming, does he still opt to go for that turn 1 playstyle, potentially locking something like a Doki, something we see a lot on ladder, but we haven't really seen so much in this tournament? Or does he go for something like a Turanda, or potentially go back to turn 2 playstyle? No, he's locking that Asal.
Yeah, the moment you see a healer-focused gamer, you want to pick up the Asal so that you can punish them for healing and not doing damage. But he definitely need more support here because the only support he has right now is the Sylvia, and that is not exactly amazing. There is a Fia open, but I think Fia Azo just doesn't really do too well together for some reason.
I feel like potentially an Aaron just to give her some survivability plus helping her cycle, but instead takes the Sharon here. Sharon is another way of pushing the turn meter as well as pushing the enemy back, but Kekker looking to answer that with potentially a Luvia at the moment.
I think he actually wants to go for like a Nevette last pick here, banning out the Luvia. So if Keka is seeing the CC coming his way, I think he might last pick like Lilium to counteract that early.
The only thing I don't like about the Lilium is with the Asal on lock, Asal's just normally able to kill out the Lilium pretty consistently. Instead, he's going to go with that Tiamat on 5. I think you are right. I think we will see a Nevette here on 5 from the side of Ming. I think it's just got too much value into the draft that Kekker has, and I feel like it would probably be a force ban. Instead, he's hovering the Nahor!
Let's go! We got the whole pick, baby. I was thinking, wow, what if he picked like a Celine's here? That'd be mind-blowing. But Nahor, Nahim is being picked up by Ming right there. This is the second appearance, but unfortunately, Nahor is gonna be gone. And Kathos is actually gonna be the one getting banned out, which means the Luvia will have opportunity to outspeed and take away one unit. Or maybe Sylvia is gonna go.
Yeah, but I think there is a bit... How do you deal with this Asal? Do you just send it away? Oh, he's faster. He is faster on the side of Luvia, so he can choose to send away either the Asal or the Loan. Which one is he going to go for? He's opting for the Loan, doesn't want that exaltation to go on any of his units. Now, with the Sylvia here, the Loan's going to get out of it pretty quickly. This is probably where being on the Codex is slightly better, because once this Loan comes out of Exaltation, he'll be able to put the S3 up and get back into that exile state straight away.
Oh, he did not want to put on any immunity just yet, saving the healing for later. And if you are Ming, where do you send the damage at this point? Because you definitely can't kill all the Amber thing.
Oh, and the Tiamat rambling.
Oh, the damage is crazy. But you also can't kill the Luvia fast enough.
No, I think if I was... Yeah, you need to just go in on the Luvia, though. You need to try and get her down as quickly as possible. And the Battle Will proc is pretty huge. Already at 8 stacks on the Luvia. If this Asal gets to move another time and gets a Battle Will proc, I feel like the Luvia is dead already.
Man, that Luvia is so tanky for something that is not on Bloodbath, because this Asal barely took half HP with the Battle Wheel proc too. Like, this thing is a tank.
Yeah, and I think saving the S2 was pretty wise. He was wanting to try and get the Loan to come out of exile so that he could put the S2 up on her there, but she was just slightly too slow, so didn't manage to time it right.
And unfortunately for him, with Fuchu pressing S3, Ming is now facing a very thick wall of healing and cleansing and turn meter boost. And look at that Loan. She is still not out of it yet. And the Xuan Chi is already taking another turn.
Yeah, and the other thing that's actually making it harder to kill this Luvia is Tiamat, because the damage sharing is just helping to keep her alive along with that healing. You can already see she's up at 7 stacks. She's going to get a double turn here. I wonder if he just sends it into the Sharon and then goes for the double turn with double kill.
Is that over for Sharon? I think that is over for
Sharon.
Sharon.
Oh, it's so close. He doesn't kill any of them, but the Luvia is getting to go, and then the XC is getting to go again. And the XC is one turn away from that S3.
Oh, he did not do anything. He did not want to send anyone into the shadow realm. Maybe he's saving it for the Asao later on, because knowing that his Luvia is never dying from the Fuchu support.
Yeah, I think you could be right there, Sean. The Asao, though, will the Asao actually, will he punish him here? Will he be able to kill? I think if he gets a battle roll
Nah,
proc on the Luvia, it could potentially be enough.
nah, I don't think so. With the damage reduction from Tiamat, the Fuchu healing, even with 2 battle wheel proc, he would still
Oh,
wouldn't kill that Luvia. I think that's over. That's gonna kill the Loan easily. Big damage onto everybody else. Easy skill 3. Send the Asao home, and that's GG. Wow, he
I
doesn't
don't.
even use it.
He doesn't need to. He's got the debuff on the
Oh, that
Luan,
is
so he
such
can
a
just
flex
kill
right there.
now.
Bro is on
Wow,
Codex just to not use the skill twice. That's crazy
and
work.
very clean game there from Kecker, taking game 1. One more round, and he is on to the finals. But what is Ming going to change in this game 2? We did see the Lily pre-ban there from Kecker. Was that something that you think potentially threw Ming off?
I think it's pretty much the combination of Fuchu, but with a fast unit like Luvia, so that you are not under the mercy of the Sylvia, turn boost, Sharon into the thing. He had the Luvia to try and outspeed the Sharon so that he could actually do something immediately. And that works out really well. Sharon and Sylvia get to move, but it did not have the impact that it should have when you have a full team.
Yeah, and we're seeing another Tiamat win. Tiamat is looking pretty strong. I think she's only lost 1 game so far today, or across the whole tournament, the game from Mithra. So Tiamat still pretty strong. Season 0 unit, still meta.
If we have to ask someone how to abuse Tiamat Fuchu to get a champion title, Keka is the best person to ask for advice because he's
Yeah,
been
and
abusing that since season 0 to win tournament after tournament.
And we're seeing that Fushu still on the Supernova for that additional healing, running Archon with Bloodbath, Bulwark, and Evil Guard. This has been a pretty staple build for Fushu since about Season 1. Only took 2 turns, which is fine. You don't really want her to take turns after she gets that S3 off. You just want her to sit there and heal away. And she did a lot of healing. 89% of the team's total healing. Pretty massive.
Funny enough, nobody really hit Fushu if she gets to press S3. So you could potentially get away with maybe like Swift Bulwark if you want to, right?
Potentially. The only thing about that is that there's a lot of AoE damage in the game at the moment. So if she's taking AoE damage from things like a Nathan S3 or anything like that, could potentially be enough to just kill her off if she's on Swift, but not sure. Might need to try it, Sean.
Oh, because hey, top speed Fuchu to surprise people going in and pop the S3 immediately. That'll be quite something to witness.
Yeah, and then into the Sylvia, they press S3 and it just boosts your whole team. Sounds actually pretty fun.
So moving on to the game 2, Kecker and Ming. Will Kecker be the one getting a quick little 2-0 today, dominating all the way to the grand final?
Maybe he will be looking to do better than he done last time. This is where he fell slightly short last time and went down into the losers final playing for 3rd place. So if he wins here, he's already done better than he done last time.
And we shall see if Kecker can show us that global players can still be on the very top of Etheria Restart. None other than Kecker. He is just like the most consistent competitive player for Etheria from global, in my opinion. We've seen a top player come and go, unfortunately, but Kecker is the only constant.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. The only 2 players that we consistently see are actually Kecker and Watchum. So shame we couldn't see watch him in the tournament this time, but Kecker is always there and always makes it towards the end. So we're seeing that Lily pre-ban again from Kecker, and we're seeing the Luan taken out, which enables Kecker to go for that Nathan first pick.
We got that Jackal Guard Nathan over there. We have the Kethos and the Sylvia getting picked early, but we also know that the Luvia coming out from Kecker outspeed the Sylvia from Ming, so that's a very good info for Kecker, knowing that he can comfortably pick Luvia and destroy the Sylvia pick.
Yeah, and he's hovering the XC at the moment. I wonder if he just goes for the XC and then looks to lock in a healer, either that Fiamelia or that Fushu again. Fushu pretty good into the Sylvia. I think I would lean more towards going for the Fushu if I was Kecker at this stage, but maybe he goes for something completely different. Who knows?
If I know Kecker, it's probably gonna be the Fuchu. And then if enemy try to go fast, he go Luvia. Oh
No, he's going for the
to a
Fia.
Interesting.
He's going for the Fia. With the Luan pre-band, I feel like the Fia goes up in value because they can't jump on it. But that just lets the enemy team take Fushu at this point if they kind of want. But does Ming want to play into that slow turn 2 play style again, or does he want to speed up?
I think he might go Sharon Xuan Li here because that is what he was pretty comfortable with, and the draft went pretty well for other players as well, because Kecker kind of solidified himself into a turn 2, and now the Luvia draft is kind of low impact because everyone on the side of Ming could be on either Bulwark or not getting sent away. So catching the God to counter the Sharon, he might need to get maybe a Lilium last pick as well.
Yeah, the only danger I feel like with picking a Lilium last pick is it could potentially just be focused down if he picks another damage dealer here on 5 from the side of Ming, because you would just be able to get your whole team to move and then kill that off. And with the Luan taken out, you're not really worried about only going for a single threat comp because they don't have that Luan to punish it. So you can afford to pick a Valyrian or a Fushu here on 5 and just kind of bolster that single threat that you have.
Oh, and he did just that. The king of turn 2, locking in another sustain. And Asania is getting picked up last by Ming. I'm not sure about this one, though.
I really like
it. Really?
Yeah, because you've got a Sharon on lock, so you're able to boost up that Sharon's HP, make the dots deal even more damage, and make her cycle super quickly. And you see it was a respect ban from Kecker. He removed the Sanya.
Ooh, interesting. So unfortunately, we cannot see how that's gonna turn out. But now we have Kachi the God and Valerian. So Sharon might be completely dead in this draft.
She could be, but he does still have that Kethos and that XC. The Sharon, even though she's not going to be doing much with the dots in this draft, she still will be cycling super quickly, which is really valuable with that XC.
All right, we got
XL.
the push. Oh, not looking so hot right now. Everyone is vulnerable. And Xuan Li plus Kethos is a very deadly combo, depending on the mood of Xuan Li, giving everyone else a little cooldown reduction.
So goes for the S3 here. He's going to be able to steal the turn. I would assume he's stealing the turn off of the Kachi, which is actually pretty big for him because it means the Kachi can't press that S3 again.
Oh, big block on a Xuan Li. Xuan Li is going to be the target. And that's going to be a whole lot of damage coming out from the Fiamelia onto the Xuan Li. He's looking to kill the Xuan Li as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if he can get this Xuan Li out of the way, I feel like the draft is very much in favor of Kethos. But the longer she sticks around, the harder it's going to be to deal with the side of Ming. He does steal the turn away from that Kachi. Probably sends the S3 into the XC. Doesn't get the defense break, which is actually pretty big for Kecker.
Ooh. That is not looking good. But at least he's controlling the flow of the match. The enemy is not moving. They don't have their skill ready to go. And he is and Ming is free to apply the dot damage here and slowly wearing down the enemy Kachi guard.
Yeah, and if he gets a couple of time weave procs, this could be really advantageous for Ming. At the moment, he's not really had any. Need to wait and see if he gets it on the Kethos. He does have the S2 again on the Kethos.
Ooh, that is really, really bad for Kashi the God from Keka because now he's down to 2-turn cooldown. So, funny enough, I thought Sharon's gonna be useless, but the useless unit here is actually Kashi the God.
Yeah, and didn't luckily for Kecker, he didn't get the time weave proc on the Sharon. Otherwise, he would have had the S3 back here again. But managing to survive for another turn. I think the XL's probably going to go down here.
Oh, Keka finally get a heads up, and he will take away the Xuan Li. That is very big for him because without a Xuan Li, I think the damage of Ming is just kind of gone because working through the shield is a little bit too much for Sharon.
Yeah, I think landing that block on turn 1 from the XC unironically won him the game. Not being able to get that shield up on the XL and that defense buff just meant so that the XC is dealing so much damage to her. And stealing the turn away from the Valyrian here is actually really bad. Just means she's going to be in her bubble for longer.
Is that it? Is that over? The Sharon seems to do a whole lot, but at the same time does not do a whole lot because the shield kept popping up to stop her to landing 2 dots, and the shield also helps to cleanse because of Kachi the God passive all the time.
I think that probably is just game. I don't really see a way back here for Ming. I think the XC is just going to slowly whittle down the rest of the units. I wonder if he just sends the S3. He does.
Wow, look at that damage. Kachi the God actually just didn't do anything. Him existing in the field, forcing the Sharon to strip the shield from Valerian, allowing the cleanse to happen so that the Sharon and the Fiamelia can cleanse everything else after that is just beautifully executed.
Yeah, just him being there for his passive is just enough. Didn't really need to press anything. And the Sharon pressed the S3 2 times. Didn't get the time weave procs, which would have been big, but it's not really doing anything. There's not that much HP seal on any of the units on the side of Kacker.
And also the fact that he actually switched from Fuchu to Valerian was beautifully executed because the Fuchu would be pushed back by Sylvia and resetted by the Kethos. But because it's Valerian and she's immune to the Sylvia skill 3, she could actually get back into her skill 3 before the Kethos managed to get a turn. And that allowed this whole situation to unfold that Keka just simply can't die from Sharon damage.
Okay, and yeah, it was just the Valyrian also as well, synergizing so well with the Kachi when they have the Sharon on lock because they have to strip the buffs. They have to. There's no way they can't. So I think it's just a great pick there on 5. And then, yeah, he's just slowly whittling down the side from Jing. He's trying to get a lucky win here at the end, but I don't think there's any way. Holding on for tournament life, but it's not going to happen.
It's kind of sad if you're in Ming's position because you're doing your very best to try to do some damage, but all you're doing feels like you are like the bunch of flies that fly around like a big bull that does not care about what you're doing whatsoever.
Yeah, he's just tickling him, and then the
he's just going. Yeah, he's just running around Keka, and Keka just sitting there yawning like Kirito on the bridge. It's pretty crazy that. Like he stole the turn for Valerian, so Valerian is literally in that state forever.
Yeah, I feel like this game could have went a different way if and only if the XC didn't land that block on XL. But landing that block just kind of sealed the fate for Ming.
Yeah, I think so far XC landing the block on Xuan Li has just been a consistent canon event in every single matchup that XC has to fight XL, and the block just happen all the time, take away a lot of damage and the survivability of Xuan Li. Xuan Chi is just an incredible counter to Xuan Li, funny enough.
Yeah, I wonder if it's actually worth ever putting your XL on something like Moon Bunny just to try and stop that from happening. I know it would lower your overall damage output with the removal of the Doomcrow, but if you can't get the buff up, I feel like it's more value. And GG!
Wow,
Game 2 going to Kecker. So we do have a global representative in the final.
Finally, moving up from the 3rd place, he has guaranteed himself progression from the previous tournament because he escaped the third place match. Kaka representing Global in the final against Lucky Ilun from CN.
Yeah, so it will be kind of a rematch of the final from last time. We will have a global versus a CN player. Who is going to come out on top this time, though, Sean?
You never know. We thought Yue was going to take it all, but he couldn't do it. And now the torch has been passed to Keka. Maybe this time Global can finally reclaim the champion title.
We can indeed only speculate. It's going to be a really exciting game, though. And Kecker going for more of that tanky playstyle, whereas Lucky Ilun also liked to lock the Lily. So I wonder if he carries over that Lily pre-ban into the next matchup as well.
It's like going back to Season 0 where we get to see Fuchu lock and Lily pre-ban. That is wild to see in Season 5.
Yeah, and with the final being a best of 5, the players will have a little bit more flexibility in terms of what they want to play about with pick and bans, because you have that little bit more, how would I put it? I can't remember the name of the word, but you can afford to lose more games before his tournament life on the line.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting here. But it's kind of sad that I think we didn't see a single Turandot lock into like a strong cleave unit the entire time. And I don't think we're gonna see any of that at the end of the tournament.
No,
Unless
I
the
don't
third
think
place match they went like I don't care anymore. Like Turandot lock, baby.
Hey, there is still $500 on the line for that third place match, so we might not, but fingers crossed. I think we only seen one Turandot in the whole tournament, and it was picked on 5 as a force ban.
Unfortunately. And here is the Swan Chi from Kaka, and he is on that new Unyielding Oath set so that he can get a little bit of healing in between, because people like to focus down Swan Chi quickly as well, because this unit just deals so much damage in between rounds where he takes so many turns.
Yeah, and this Unyielding Oath set is actually super valuable on all of these units that take multiple turns really quickly. People like these Zhang Qi, Luan, etc. that cycle super quickly gain so much value from it because they still get the damage reduction and they also get the additional healing. So it's just a very good set for these types of units. If you like these types of units, I recommend trying it out.
And remember guys, Shanchi was already nerfed in the previous balance patch. Still a very, very strong unit, but I think he's pretty stable and counterable at this point. He was absolutely insane with his turn boost in the previous season where he was uncontrollable.
Yeah, he was just zooming about the field. Could you imagine if he had that new set while he was still before the nerf? He'd just be healing to full HP every other turn.
Yeah, he'll be unbeatable, permanently pre-banned, pretty much, together with the Kethos as well. But they have pretty much stabilized their the power of these OP unit.
Yeah. If you were to say, who do you think is the strongest unit ever released?
At their peak,
At their peak.
I think Kethos' peak was pretty insane because he pretty much was an entire team on his own.
Yeah,
Right,
he was
still turn, he
decon,
control
and
everybody, he goes and suddenly 2 unit on your team doesn't do anything. It's just pretty crazy.
yeah, and back when he originally released, people were also building him on crit, so he was actually dealing some decent damage alongside controlling the whole enemy team by himself. It was pretty insane. I think I agree with you.
But I think the most painful release was still definitely gonna be like Ray Mary, because I think she was like a league above everything else that was in the game. Like Kethos was strong, but if you throw a Luan skill 3 on him, then he's like okay. But when Ray Mary first came into the game, she was like a different entity.
Yeah, and on screen now you can see what is going to happen. We are going to be watching the 3rd, 4th place matchup between Yong and Ming, and then we will be watching the BO5 grand final between Kecker and Lucky Ilun. Exciting matchups coming up, Sean.
Exciting indeed. And before we go to the third place match, we are going for another short break here for I think 5 minutes. And I think we're going to be seeing you guys shortly here. So grab some water and we'll be back very, very soon. Okay, maybe I was ahead of that. Oh.
happiness and joy through the sound of the strings, to heal the wounds, to forget the suffering, to let go of the hate. But I never imagined that trust would lead to such harm.
Hello and welcome back to the Etheria Restart SS5 Vanguard Cup. We are finally at the end of the journey with the third place match starting first and then going into the best of 5 grand final. It's been quite a journey, Doc.
Yeah, it definitely has. And these four players have battled through a bit of a gauntlet. They had their regional qualifiers and then they went through the round of 16 quarterfinals all the way to where they are now. And every single player still playing for the biggest prize that they can get. Even in the third place match, still playing for that $500. Because if you finish fourth, you're going to be the only player out of the four remaining that walks away with nothing.
Hey man, you don't want to be that guy, okay? You don't want to be that guy.
You
Your
don't
chance
want
to
to be
win the
that guy.
prize is not that small, but you can still lose it. We have in the third place match Ming and On Yong. I think this is the furthest anyone from the East Asia server has made it in any tournament of Etheria. So On Yong is already making it much further than his predecessor at this point.
Yeah, some really good showing. Knocked out X, who we both thought was going to make a pretty decent run in this tournament. So, bowled over some tough opposition. But will he be able to overcome Ming and walk away with the third place prize? If he does, then we will have a 1, 2, 3 in terms of global CN in 1, 2, and then Asia in third.
That'll be interesting to see, but it's still a tough competition because I don't think his opponent is gonna be a walk in the park for sure. And let's see if we're gonna see a very aggressive third place match or it's going to be a Fuchu lock once again.
Maybe. I wonder if we'll see a Lily pre-ban similar to what Kaker was doing in that last game. It seemed to work out for him, and we're seeing that Lily pre-ban. So Nathan first pick for Yong Yong.
And Sylvia over there for Ming with the Cathos as well. Can this Nathan get to play the game? Are we seeing some sort of a change in the lock position here? We are seeing a Swanchi as well, which might lead me to think is going to be potentially a Fiamelia lock.
I would love to see just a Turandot slammed with that 1-2 open, but no, going for that Fiamelia instead.
All right, we've seen over there.
Reliable. I would assume we're going to see Fushu. Oh, Sharon.
Oh, this is the draft that Keka destroyed in the previous game. So I think Keka went in with the Valerian catching the guard here and completely shut down the Sharon combo. And someone is definitely learning.
We might see the exact same draft coming out. No, going for that Tiamat on 5 instead. I don't know if that is really the play, but potentially knows something we don't.
Oh, triple amber. So even if you ban out the catching the guard, there are triple amber to deal with. So he could potentially go with like an AoE CC unit and ban out catching the guard, but he's gonna go for the Fuchu here, and that's gonna allow him to survive so much longer in this game.
Yeah, Fushu, one of those really good picks into Tiamat. Because she's AoEing when she gets into her dragon state, you're not really dealing more damage than the Fushu's healing, so you're just kind of pushing the whole enemy team every time she takes a turn. So I wonder who the bans will be on this side. I would assume we're going to see the Nathan taken out, and I would assume it's the Fushu on the other side.
Oh, it's going to be the Nathan being gone, and over there, which one is it going to be? Fuchu, or it is going to be the Fuchu and the Nathan getting banned out? So with Valerian, Keka kind of walked over this draft with ease, but this time it's not Valerian, it is going to be Tiamat. So let's see, it's going to be enough here because this Kachi the God is going to be actually useless because Sylvia is going to take away all his buff with ease, and Sharon's going to start unleashing the power immediately.
Yeah, and then unlike in the previous game, you're not going to still have that Valerian active to be able to put the shields and the buffs up. So that Kachi's not going to have nearly as much value as it did in the previous game. So I feel like a lot of this is just relying on the damage that's going to come out from the Tiamat transform and the Fia procs. But we need to wait and see. Well, do you think it'll be enough?
We shall see, but we already see big damage coming out from the Sharon, Shan Li getting her buff, no block coming out from anything whatsoever. So it's looking extremely good for
And he hit the
next
cooldown
moment.
on everybody. Everybody got cooldown increased on the side of Young Yong. This is looking pretty rough. The Sharon could potentially just kill off the Tiamat here with an S1.
Oh, we got the Sharon going in, big damage. It is probably going to be enough to kill off the Tiamat here. It's going straight into the Tiamat,
Oh, not
big
quite
damage.
enough.
Would he miss crit? Wait, he missed crit twice with the anti-crit coming out from the catchy.
Oh,
Oh my god, the
and the
anti-crit
Tiamat
debuff
forgot
worked.
to take a turn. Doesn't really even
But
break the shields though.
yeah, it didn't really do a whole lot right there with the Tiamat. So I think the change of plan and the game will be to kill off the catchy the guard maybe. Or it's gonna be focusing on the Shuan Chi instead.
Yeah, so just looking to get that Zhonqi out. Doesn't really have the timing window now anymore with that Kathos because the S2 is on cooldown. Unless he gets a Time Weave proc here, either from the S1 on the Sylvia or gets it from the Zhongli. If he can get another S2 up, then he can potentially just kill off either the Tiamat. Oh,
Oh,
he already
Amber.
ambered the XP.
I think he can slowly work on the catchy and the Fia at this point because
Oh, slowly, he just one-shot him.
yep, gone with the win immediately. This catchy the god pick without Valerian was definitely not it. I think he forgot that Valerian was in the last pick. He picked up the Tiamat, and as you can see, Tiamat is not really providing any value for the team.
No, you needed those extra buffs for that synergy with Catchy if you were wanting to do the exact same draft from the previous game, but didn't get the opportunity to do it. Now, will the Tiamat actually get a turn and be able to do anything meaningful? He does have the S3 here. It could do a decent chunk of damage, but I feel like the Tiamat's too low to do any meaningful damage back.
Yeah, and Ashans is going to get another turn coming out, and that could potentially finish off the Fiamelia. She has a skill 3 as well, so this is going to allow her to do massive damage on everybody if she chooses to do so. Or she can simply just finish off the Fiamelia here with a skill 1 as well.
Opts to just finish off the Fia, and then the Tiamat is getting ambered here anyway, so just has to deal with the XC really. The Tiamat's going to take some passive damage while you're hitting the XC. Can put all the dots up here. I would assume he does. Yeah. Goes for the S3, and then he just has everything to just wail into this XC.
Yeah, I think Tiamat is really good if you have a Fuchu, but if you don't, then she is kind of a sitting duck over there, not doing a whole lot, especially into Sharon, who damage does not. I don't think the dot damage gets shared to Tiamat. It's only the actual damage of that you're getting hit with.
And game 1 going to Ming. I feel like Youngyo's draft was in a really good spot up until the 5th pick. I feel like that Tiamat just kind of threw his draft a little bit, but what's he going to change for game 2? Needs to change something now. If he loses the next game, he is going home with nothing.
Yeah, that's a mispick right there. But it also show that getting the 5th pick right is a very important skill to have when you play competitive Etheria restart, because you can copy the 4 pick, but if you just get one of them wrong without truly understanding the synergy, then you might not be able to win, even though the draft might look 80% similar.
Yeah, and it just shows you little differences can be the difference between winning a game and losing a game. And we've seen both sides of that coin in the last 2 games. That 1 pick difference with against the exact same draft, completely different outcomes.
And we're also going to see Sylvia, Sharon, absolutely scary combo. You can put up your protection, but Sylvia is going to take all of that off pretty much immediately. And I think next time he might have to ban out of Sylvia.
Yeah, and key animus of the game, yet again, I feel like has been the key animus of most of the games so far throughout the tournament, is once again that Sharon, dealing 61% of the team's overall damage, running that Swift Bulwark Swift build. It's just giving so much value to so many teams at the moment, Sean.
It's not just key animus of the game, it's the key animus of the tournament at this point. Sharon being absolutely incredible at doing damage, bringing dots, and she alone is the entire dot meta combined in one unit. She does not need any friends to put out a dot for her because she can do it all on her own.
Yeah, and she actually enables the CC playstyle as well if you want to play that because of the way that her is it manifold chorus interacts and they have to get rid of that before they can get rid of any of the other stuff. It's so good and so versatile in the way that you want to play her, and she just deals so much damage.
Indeed, indeed. And also, having a last pick CC is always kind of great because it kind of forces the opponent to ban it or else they have to suffer the consequence. Even though the last pick CC might not be super popular or good, but it is still very good to have ready to go at all times.
Yeah, we've seen that in Nahor and we've seen that in Yvette, but we are into the draft for the next game. We're seeing the Sylvia pre-ban this time. He's removed the Lily pre-ban and we have a Loan pre-ban. So Ming has opted for Kethos Zhongqi on 1-2. On the other side, we have Nathan, Luvia, and Kachi the guard.
Let's see how this Lily pick is going to get through the Kachi Luvia situation here because if you strip, you're also allowing the enemy to gain that turn meter to cut in between. So we got a Xuanqi Xuan Li combo situation.
Yeah, super strong pairing with the Lily because you can pull one of them up, get the S3 off. You can even pair up with a Kethos. At the moment, he has a lot of good options to pair up with that Lily. And oh, he's switching over to Navette.
An early Navette.
Ballsy. He's assuming he's faster on the Lily than the Kachi, because if this Kachi's faster, doesn't he just lose?
I think he is confident in his Lily speed, and maybe he also kind of noticed the speed of the Kachi from the previous game compared to Sylvia as well. So maybe he is just really confident. So we got the anti-CC healer getting picked up here. Could have a Lilium, could have an Aya in the last pick as well. Let's see which one he's going to go for. He can also go for something like a Ray Mary so that it can be a ticking time bomb into these kind of CC team.
Yeah, I feel like you need to go for some big damage dealer because at the moment, if the Nathan is removed, your only damage is really coming from Fia and Luvia. And I feel like that would just be abused by a Lilium if that's picked on 5. So goes for that Ray Marie, that big Messiah! Are we going to see our first Messiah game?
Wait, hold up. Which also mean that Nathan might actually stay on the field. Because you're going to get a Lily speed buff into a CC situation, so Nathan might not be that scary.
Now, is the Messiah speed tuned to the Lily? The thing is, if you're speed tuning a Messiah to a Lily, it means you've got a faster Messiah. It needs to be round about 250 to 260 speed to be able to get bridged by that Lily. So, does he respect the Messiah and ban it out? Or does he take the gamble that he is banning Nathan? Because I feel like if he's banning Nathan... In fact, the Nathan's on Amber, so do you even care about the Messiah?
We shall see. We got the Messiah stay. This game might end in the blink of an eye here. Here we go. Yeah. Lily Messiah. You've been waiting for this day, Bob.
I have been waiting for a Messiah, and let's see the damage. He's not going to have an attack buffer or anything for this Messiah, so it's just pure raw damage from whatever Messiah can do. Let's see it. Oh, it's big damage.
Enough.
It's big damage, but not enough. Now he has the S3 here, and he's got the S3 immunity up on everybody. So this Navette's doing nothing. Does he go for the S2 and just try and steal some of these buffs away?
I think he should because he wants to be protected from the Luvia coming very, very soon here at least. So probably want to steal some buff. And that's going to be the Luvia, the one that's the easiest to kill as well.
So the only person he can send the S3 on is the Lily. I think it's actually not that bad of a target because it is paired up with that Messiah. But not ideal situation here because your Luvia is going to go down very shortly after. She's far too low in HP and the Kethos is going next. He goes for the S2, gets the invincibility off Messiah. That is actually massive.
Yeah, that is huge because Messiah is now under the mercy of this primary.
He's going to get the S3 off, so he can heal up pretty well here. Is he going to get to an S2 proc on that Raymarie? I feel like if he can do that, he has a chance. If the Raymarie just dies, I feel like the game's over.
I think the Raymarie might just die to Messiah here because the skill 3 of the Lily is coming out, so the Messiah can skill 3 once again. And at this point, I think it might be over.
Yeah, it could well be. This Messiah's going to get to press S3 again, and I feel like everybody but the Fia is dead. No, the Raymarie's still alive.
But
she
the
gets her
Raymarie
turn
can't get a
forward.
turn. Oh my God, Bob.
Oh,
We see it. It happened.
Messiah.
Let's go.
Messiah, the real MVP. He's got 100% win rate.
Oh my God, 100% win rate. And not only that, he won $500 for Ming. That is incredible.
Yeah, and he's rocking the new rubber ducky skin that you get for this summer battle pass. If you play a Messiah and you like the skin, make sure to pick up the battle pass.
GG! Messiah took the game home for Ming. Congratulations. That is incredible.
We waited the whole tournament and we finally got it in the second last game. We get a Messiah game. I was saying from the very start that Ming's favorite unit is Messiah, and he pulls it out for the final game. Amazing.
He waited the entire day for this, and it was worth it.
It was definitely worth it. A lot of the time we see Messiah, it's paired up with the Doki as a last pick on 5 so that you can actually manage to bridge him. But if you're wanting to pair him with that Lily, like I say, you have to run him slightly faster so that S2 bridges, because you won't get as much pull. And he had it speed tuned perfectly, and it worked out a treat.
I mean, just get a couple yellow speed in there, Bob. Like, it's not that hard, right?
We're not going to talk about speed, Sean. My 2x didn't go well again.
And huge congratulations to Ming once again. He locked in and he got that $500 third place prize, and he ended it in style as well. You cannot ask for a better ending for Ming in this tournament at this point.
No, you definitely can. Finally rocks that Messiah. I was so happy to see that locked in. I thought he was just going to hover it. I didn't believe it until he locked it, but man, it pulled out all the stops there. And we're seeing the Messiah as the key animus. 100% was 86% of the overall damage in 2 turns. And now remember, Messiah got buffed this season. He's actually way stronger than he used to be. Deals so much damage now, even with that S2.
I think he get like ignore defense on all his skill. So the S2 is very, very deadly. And also I think he gains immunity, invincibility regardless with the skill 3. So he's very well protected after he performs his attack.
Yeah, because you've seen he did that S3 on the first turn, and Raymarie actually brambled into him. Previously, what used to happen a lot is you would press that S3, Raymarie would bramble, and then he'd be stunned. And then he's just kind of a sitting duck. But that can no longer happen to him. It's a really strong buff for him. You just need to find the right draft to pick him, and he's still a very, very strong unit.
But my Messiah is P0. You think it's worth it?
Maybe not for you. I feel like Messiah is one of those units that the more dupes you have on him, the stronger he is, because it gives you that crit and crit damage, so it just makes him easier to build.
Man, that is crazy that he actually showed up. And I think the fact that his head glow up in the highlight is kind of a bug, right? It looks kind of cool. It was like a Super Saiyan style.
It is very cool. After he pressed S3, he just went like full Super Saiyan.
It's just like the only the head is like shining bright. It's kind of funny.
But yeah, well done to Ming. Battled through, only lost the 1 game, and came away with 3rd place, going home with $500. And commiserations to Yong. Did really well making it all this way. We'll just need to battle back next time and try and get that little bit further.
Indeed. And that concludes the 3rd place match for this tournament. And we are finally at the very last match. Coming up soon between Kaka and Lucky Elune. Last time, Lucky Sunny I would say the brother of Lucky Loon was the champion, beating up UA in the final. Now Keka is gonna return and try to get revenge for the global server.
Yeah, and will he be able to do it? Last time the game went all the way to 5th game, and it came down to a bit of a race there at the end, if I remember rightly. It was Doki versus Lily in the final game. I don't know if we'll see something like that again. I don't know if Kecker's the type to race. I feel like he's more confident in just locking that turn 2 and playing his own playstyle, but you never know.
Hey, Keka also have a Messiah P5, so maybe he's gonna do that and surprise the enemy.
I would be very surprised if he pulls that out. I know he also has a Batsby, but I can't remember the last time I've seen Batsby play.
That's who? Hey, best unit for Nether Quarry, okay? Atia is proud of him.
I think that is why he built him. So, as you can see, we have Lucky Loon coming up against Kecker. They have both shared the Luan as their preferred animus, and then we have Fia and Sharon on the side of Lucky Loon, whereas we have Sylvia and Jean-Li on the side of Kecker. Sylvia giving you that more turn meter manipulation, giving you that immunity, and also that full cleanse. Jean-Li giving you that time weave, which is super valuable if it comes in at the right time for your whole team. Fia just that consistent cleanser and healer, and Sharon just the MVP of the tournament so far.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of those animals getting picked up by both player, but it is which one do you get that can form the perfect counter for the enemy team, because anyone can pick these units, but picking them in the right situation, in the right order, is gonna be the most important part between these two players, because unlike other gacha game, for this one, they pretty much have every unit, so there's no difference in unit. They also share similar shell, similar imprint, so it really boils down to like, when do you draft what in this kind of game.
Yeah, and I wonder if any of them are on slightly different cards. If anybody has a different card that's leveled up, maybe someone on Gladiator, someone on Sentinel, that may be boiling down to the difference. Who knows? I can't really remember what cards they're running. If I remember rightly, Kecker's on Sentinel, but I can't remember what Lucky Loon was on. But we are into the draft now. We're seeing the Nathan and the Kathos taken out. So, what's going to go first? We're seeing the Sylvia priority from Lucky Loon, leaving open the Jean-Chi for Kecker to take and the Luan.
Ooh, not the Luvia, but the Lowen Swanchi this time around. So over there, Lucky Loon already locked in a very strong healer. What kind of damage he's going to do? Usually you will see Kethos and Swanchi, but he's going in with an early Sharon and a Lily lock.
Oh, Sharon and Lily. We did see in Kecker's last matchup, he was pre-banning the Lily, so potentially Lucky Loon's seen that and has decided, okay, game 1, I'm going to go for the Lily and see if I can get a forced ban in for the rest of the series.
But that is if he wins the match with the Lily, though. So we don't know that yet. So what is the counterplay here? Are we going Fushu? Are we going Plume? What is he going for? It is going to be the Fuchu getting locked in by Kecker. So he's in that turn 2 position, but I think this is where we saw the Luvia as well potentially disrupt the combo of Lucky Loon.
Yeah, and yeah, he goes for that Luvia on 4. Now, what is Lucky Loon going to go for on the 4-5 here? I feel like Kecker's draft is fairly well-rounded. He's going for CC in the form of Navette. Super strong pairing went up with that Sharon.
But is that the only CC? Does he need a bit of damage? And that's going to
Going
be
for
the
Lilium.
Oh, interesting.
So what does Kecker answer here? What does he go for on 5? Because I feel like this Lilium's going to get to move regardless of kind of... Unless the Luvia is just so fast that she outspeeds the Sharon. The Lily.
I don't think that's going to happen. So we might see some sort of defensive draft here coming out from Kecker. Out of some big AoE damage. But whoa!
Freya! I like it. He's going for the Freya on 5 as a force ban, trying to say that if you don't ban it, my Luvia is going to go after, or potentially even the Luan. I don't know if Kecker's running that Swift, Strive, Swift Luan, and if he was able to bridge it, I feel like it's just a force ban. Now, if he's not actually fast enough, I feel like the Freya's almost a dead unit. So does Lucky Loon respect it and ban the Freya, or does he just let it through and take the gamble?
Wow, this is crazy. Hacker always pulling out the wildest last pick sometimes, and it get respected. So we will not have hard CC coming out from Lucky Loon, and Kaka will get to keep his Fuchu for healing. Let's see if we can get that skill 3 off.
And I feel
What?
like he pulls up the Lilium because I feel like he wants to just try and one-shot the... Oh, he got the... Can he just kill? He's killed the Luan. The Luan's already out. He just needs to deal with the Luvia.
Oh my god, the speed buff allowing his Sylvia to move in front of that Luvia is so... Wow! He got
And he gets the X3 off, so he's going to get to do the
decimated.
combo again. He's going to
Wait,
kill
is that
something
over?
else. He's killing the
That's
Zhangxi.
over.
I think it is over.
Oh my god, Kaka completely shut down in
That's
a
game one
clean
over.
3-turn. Wow. 3-turn checkmate coming out from Lucky Loon. Beautifully executed.
That was well played from him. And like I was saying, goes for the Lily in game one. Now does Keku have to force ban it for the rest of the series? Can he deal with it?
I thought he was gonna pull like Sylvia and then he do the whole dot thingy. He just cleaned up with Lilium immediately. That is crazy work.
That was super well played. Gets the S3 off, kills the Luan, finishes the Amber with the Sylvia, and then does the whole combo again with Lilium, kills off the XC, and it's just game. Nothing Keku could do. He didn't get to press a single button.
And it's not like he didn't get to press a single button in a CC boring match. He just got completely surgically removed by Lucky Loon over there.
Yeah, and do you think he has to remove the Lily?
He has to now. I mean, you said it. It's going to be a force ban after this. Because if you let this Lily go and you're going turn 2, you are just exposing yourself to a lot of different kind of turn 1 cleave control situation.
Yeah, and this is the thing with best of 5. You have a little bit more leeway in playing about with a more risky comp. Lucky Loon went for it in game 1 and it paid off massively. You're seeing that Lilium as the key Animus, 90% damage in 2 turns. She just one-shot 2 units and it was GG.
Indeed, immediately removed from the game. And also the fact that he was very sure with speed buff, Sylvia is going to move in front of Luvia. That was just cleanly done as well, because if the Luvia get to move, then maybe it's going to be a little bit awkward, but Luvia did not get to move at all.
No, and it was just well played. So it's pressure on Keku now. Keku is the one that needs to kind of change something up. We aren't in the draft quite yet. The players are just getting ready. But what do you think Keku changes here other than the Lily pre-ban? Or do you think that's enough and he just goes with that for the next game before he thinks too much more about it?
I don't think he's gonna let the Lily stay anymore, and he gotta think about maybe going first in front of this kind of draft, or maybe get a Valerian in there.
Yeah, the Valerian would stop that one shot from happening.
But we shall see. Keka is very good adapting. He lost his first game in this tournament, round of 16. So we never know. He might win the next 3 in a row. Is Keka?
He might. He definitely might. We are into the pick ban now. They are just doing their pre-bans. I'm assuming we're going to see the Lily pre-ban this time. We don't. He's letting the Lily through again. Same pre-bans. We're seeing the Nathan and the Kethos taken out. Lucky Loon going for that Sylvia first pick yet again.
So maybe if he let the Lily stay, he's gonna switch to a different post ban, and maybe that is going to be the Lilium post ban. But you also expose yourself to being hard CC and dot to death by the Sharon.
Yeah, but will they just go for the exact same draft up until the locked slot? Or will they go for something a bit different? Does Keku maybe have another unit that he's not shown yet that's on maybe his top speed? That if the Lily's locked, he can answer with that? Does he think his Doki is potentially faster? and then he could lock the Doki into that Lily.
That would be interesting to see. But we are pretty much getting the same draft here. I wonder if Keka suddenly locked a Freya in this position.
No, he's going for
Ooh.
that Valyrian lock. I like that because it lets him, it stops the Lilium coming out and being able to one-shot something. And he actually takes the Lilium in response anyway. So now he has the answer into that Sharon, and he also has the Valyrian, so he could do his catchy alongside this as well to get that synergy with Valyrian if he wants to on 5.
Wait, am I smelling like a Messiah pick right now with the Lily? What are you thinking?
I don't know about the Messiah. I feel like the Messiah, because you need to make it faster, struggles to get through the Valyrian. It doesn't have that raw damage that you need. I feel like he could potentially go for something like a Navette, try and get rid of the block. Luvia is still up as well, though, and he could just send away one of the defense scalers, and he has that Asal. And that Asal paired up with the Lily just gets so much work done.
Indeed. And oh, hold up. Actually,
is
go
the
for the
Navette.
Navette right there. Is it going to be like a Lilium ban situation here? And also a Navette ban coming out from Kecker?
I'm not sure. It depends if this Navette is on Bloodbath. I think if the Navette is on Bloodbath, I don't think you need to worry about the Lilium too much. Whereas if it's not on Bloodbath, I think you need to ban the Lilium.
All right, we shall see then. What is it going to be for these two players? And the last
Raymarie at
is
the
going
last
to be a
second.
Raymarie. Oh, it's going to be a Lilium ban. It is going to be a Navette ban. So there will be some dot damage, but the damage from Raymarie plus Shang-Chi might be a bit too much for Lucky Loon to deal with.
Yeah, and interestingly, all 3 of the units outside of the Valyrian from the side of Kecker are on Amber, so going to be really hard to deal with for this Asal and the Sharon. But this Asal should be able to stack up super quickly when paired with this Lily.
Oh, 6 stacks. Lily is getting this Asal going crazy very, very soon. And he's going to get another rotation of this. And
Yeah.
I think this Valerian skill 3 is going to get reset as well. So skill 2 is going to get reset as well. So when he pops somebody, that somebody is probably going to die.
Yeah, so this Lily is, I would assume he sends the S3 here, and then he goes for another S3 on the Asal. He's already going to be at 12 stacks on the Asal, and we are only a couple of turns into the game. This Asal is ramping quickly.
Oh, it's 14. Oh my god. That is crazy. One battle wheel proc and suddenly, like, this Raymarie is...
Oh, but half the HP even through the 14 stacks. Is he just going to be able to terminate the Asal?
I don't think so, because you have to consider the Raymarie being so weak at the moment as well, that her damage might not be enough.
Yeah, and the Raymarie just got sent miles back by the Sharon. I feel like the S1 proc here if the S1 from the Lily goes into the Raymarie, I feel like she might actually just proc the Valyrian.
Yeah, and I don't think Valerian has the skill 2 anymore.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh, that is
And the
almost...
taunt.
Oh, but I think the dot pop is gonna be... Oh, that is not gonna be
Oh,
enough
it's
to bring
not
down
quite
anyone.
enough. I think he has to go into the Asal here and hope that it's enough. It's going to be enough. That was so much damage.
Oh my god, that is
Oh.
so perfect. If he kill right there, I think Asal is gonna be healed back to like 80%. But he did just enough damage to prep for the Raymarie. That is beautifully executed.
XC taking that turn, he got the defense buff from the Valyrian, so he was able to deal so much damage into that Asal, and I don't see a way back here for Lucky Loon. I think that's just GG. Once you get the Asal out, I think all of the pressure from this team is kind of gone.
Wow, that damage was so perfectly lined up. And that is GG. Kaker will take game 2. We're back to square one.
We are. So it's now effectively just a best of 3. 2 wins, and you get to walk home with $3,000. Now on Lucky Loon to adapt into what Kecker changed. What do you think is going to change in the next game?
I think it might not need to be a Lily ban here. I think Lucky Luna is actually the one might need to change a little bit to adapt to this Valerian lock coming out from Kecker.
I feel like the Nivette was a good pick. Do you think you maybe just hold off on picking the Sharon until maybe 4 or 5? Because then you have more flexibility. You could go for like a more stable pick on 2, and then you're not having to get through that Valyrian, because you might not lock the Valyrian if you're not picking Sharon on 2.
Yeah, maybe you want to switch to a Xuan Li early pick in this situation because I don't think Luvia Luvia, Sylvia, Lily first 3 is a little bit too support and not enough damage.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the key animus in that game. It was the Raymarie not rocking that forced wellspring. It is Bloodbath, Bramble, Swift Smite, and 35% damage, and only took 1 turn. That's just Raymarie things.
I think it's more about the the Xuan Chi doing exactly the amount of damage you need so that Raymarie could just swoop in and like tap that goal.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen a very similar situation yesterday in the game from Junseo, but the Zhongqi actually dealt slightly too much damage in that game, proc the assault and full healed her. So very fine margins there, and it just worked out for Kecker.
I think it was actually the assault proccing the battle wheel, getting 2 more stack so that she could survive the Xuan Chi. And that was the bad moment. Like if she didn't get the battle wheel, she would be 2 stack less, and maybe she could have died to that hit from the Xuan Chi.
Yeah, and then she would have full healed, actually suffering from success there. Stacked too quickly. Who would have thought? But yeah, it's all to play for. We're getting a very exciting final here, though. Back and forth. I wonder if the next game will go the same way or whether momentum is now in Kecker's favor.
Ooh, we got
You
a
know?
Nathan first pick from Keka right there because the pre-ban is a different pre-ban this time around. So we've got a Sylvia and Luan pre-ban. Completely 2 different pre-ban here. So Keka get to lock the early Sharon, funny enough. But is he going to do it though? He know a Lily is coming.
Well, or does he take the Lily from this situation? Because then you get the Lily either with the Nathan or the Sharon, both very strong pairings alongside that Lily. But there isn't the Sylvia this time to do that kind of funky combo. We are seeing the Lily lock again from Lucky Alun. Again, he has 2 super strong pairings with the Lily. Kethos and XC are both very strong paired with Lily. And then he's locking that Lilium again. We've already seen what that Lilium can do in game 1. What is Kecker's response going to be to that?
Yeah, I think Keka is letting Lucky Loon going a little bit too aggressive here. So I think he might have to opt for the Valerian so that he doesn't die immediately. But we got the late Freya. Man, this is crazy. Like the late Freya's been popping up quite a fair bit in Keka's draft so that he can scare away the Lily, force the ban, and he also locking in the Raymarie here potentially to just return fire on everybody.
Yeah, I really like a Tiamat into the Lilium because the damage share just stops any of your units from dying as long as they're on Bloodbath. It's very difficult to one-shot, even with a max stack Lilium that is just like insane. It's so hard to one-shot through a Tiamat damage share. And even if you hit the Tiamat with the S3, it just transforms her if she's on Amber. So I don't know about the Freya. If I was Lucky Alun, I'd probably just let the Freya through. I don't feel like it does that much in this draft.
Yeah, probably gonna be like a Nathan ban here and potentially a Fuchu ban because Fuchu's gonna give this Sharon a lot of problem.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Fushu and the Nathan ban. So the Freya is getting through. I would assume that the Sharon is fast enough to bridge, but if the Sharon doesn't bridge, it's just GG.
Here we go. Is it going to be fast enough? It is fast enough to move in front.
But the Kethos is going to steal the turn away from the Raymarie. which is pretty massive. So he's not going to get that massive burst damage coming out from her. He will get all the dot damage coming out here. Is it enough to kill anybody?
Imagine if the Lilium get bramble by the Raymare and just die immediately. That'd be funny.
But with the defense break, I'm pretty sure it's... Oh, this could be massive damage coming out here. Does
He
he
could
go for
actually
the
just
S?
kill off the Raymare immediately.
Yeah.
But
I feel like
look
you...
at that.
Do you go for the S3 here, and then you S3 on Lily, and then you can just send an S2 into the Raymarie, kill off the Raymarie, and stun the whole team on the side of Kecker.
That would be a...
Oh, the Bramble! The Bramble!
Oh my god, Keka with the plot armor. One fell swoop, he turned the game around. One bramble to rule them all. Unbelievable.
All these games have been so back and forth, and then it just a random bramble wins that one.
What was that? Kanker turn on the bramble completely. Shut down Lucky Loon.
But that's the risk of going for a full aggressive comp with the Lily Lock and no healer. If something like that happens, like a Raymarie Brambles or a Tiamat Brambles, a lot of the time it's just GG. That's the risk you take.
That is crazy. Still, Raymarie Bramble, one of the scariest things to happen to you in Etheria restart, especially when you are low in health like the Shang-Chi right there. After taking that first layer of dot damage from Sharon, he was in prime real estate for Raymarie to kill.
Yeah, and it was just all the stars aligned, Raymarie brambled, and GG. Nothing you can do. It's just 25%. You take the risk when you're letting Raymarie through. And Raymarie, once again, 0 turns taken, 35% damage. The Bramble into the S2 proc. She got 2 kills without taking a turn.
That is just absolutely toxic. Raymarie with the Bramble. Scare you since season 1 all the way until now, and maybe all the way into the future. The S1 plus terminate plus damage. And with the Gladiator, she was also enjoying some juicy damage boost because she was like near half health.
Yeah, and believe it or not, Raymarie's been nerfed before. This is the nerfed Raymarie. She was stronger before. She is still a super strong unit. Having that execute is just so valuable. And when it's on a Bramble, even better.
Yeah, I think once in a while, I'll be like, man, I want my Raymarie on Bulwark. You put it on Bulwark and you feel terrible. You miss the Bramble so much. So you always just go back to the Bramble.
Yeah, so we're into game 4 now, and Lucky Loon won the first game with that Lily Lock, but has lost the last 2 with the Lily Lock. Does he move away from it, or do you think he just like, no, this is my strategy, I'm sticking to it, I know what to change now, if I didn't get brambled, we win. So he's got Nathan open again, Kecker is taking the Nathan, and are we seeing the Kethos into the Shang-Chi like we seen last time? Are they running back the same draft?
Yeah, I think if he didn't get Bramble, the game could have been very, very different. The Lilium would start going absolutely crazy. But unfortunately, the Bramble just happened, and there's really nothing you could do about it. Oh, we got the early Sharon with the Nathan once again. Probably it's going to be into a Fia because there is no Luan. But yeah. I think Lucky Loon is sending back the same draft here.
Yeah, we're getting the salty run back. He's like, no, I win this draft if you don't Bramble. We're running it back. But Kecker maybe looking to switch up the last pick. This time looking at the XC on last.
I think Keka also recognized the luck in that Bramble, and he realized that maybe Raymarie was actually not it. And if the enemy is banning Nathan anyway, and I get to pick Freya, I might as well pick something that synergizes with the Freya.
Yeah, so looking to pick another bridge this time. So he has 3 bridges with the Freya. He has the Ting, the Sharon, and the Nathan. All will be fast enough to actually bridge. But Lucky Loon going from that Aaron on 5, so 2 different layers of pulling up for 1 unit, so can potentially just giga carry with this Lilium if he's not able to deal with it. I kind of like the Aaron here, actually.
I think it might be a Freya ban because it seems like he wants to kill something quickly, and Nathan might be the target.
The only concern I have is I don't know if he'll be able to, if he bans the Freya, I don't know if he's actually able to kill this Nathan. And I'd be scared that the Nathan just 1v4s the whole game.
Because I think he is off bulwark for the entire team. So the Sharon plus the Didding will be really strong if they get to use all their skill. So the Frey is gonna get out, and the Lily, I think, will actually skill 3 right off the bat.
I don't
Oh,
know.
never
I
mind.
feel
Just
like
kidding. That's not happening.
I feel like he pulls up the Lilium and just one-shots something again. So he's going. I would assume he goes for this Ting. Does he actually hit? He does.
Easy.
And he killed through Bloodbath. Very easy kill there. Now, does he hit the S3 pushback onto the Sharon? He does hit that as well. So he's going to be able to deal a massive chunk here into the Sharon. The XC is going to deal almost true damage to her.
But we have the king of solo, Nate. Oh my god! Holy damage! That is a goodbye to Lilium, pretty much.
That is goodbye to Lilium, but will he be able to kill the Sharon here?
I mean, I think Sharon can just die, and Nathan doesn't even need Sharon. Nathan will just carry the game from now on.
It's not enough. So the S3 is going to kill off the Lilium here, and then I think the S2 can just terminate whoever he wants on the side of Kekker. This Nathan is just untouchable at this point.
Yep, I think it's over. I think Kekker is very near the champion title because what are they going to do? He's gonna terminate the Swan Chi, and Nathan literally laugh at Kethos at this point.
Yeah, it's just GG. He has to speed down on everybody, so none of the units can actually do.
Oh my
and the
god!
Sharon just one-shots, and GG! Kekker takes it!
Congratulations to the EWS 2026 Vanguard Cup champion, the none other than the legendary Kekker himself, Mr. Totem, claiming the champion title for the global server and himself, and also a whopping $3,000.
Insane. Lost game 1, adapted, and then won the continuing 3 after that. Looked pretty shaky in that game 1. It was a super clean win from Lucky Loon, but once Kekker adapted, it kind of looked free for him.
Indeed, man. See, I told you, Kekker can easily lose game 1 just to adapt, evolve immediately, and win the next 3. It's incredible.
Wow, that was insane. And Kekker back on top. Only had that one blip in the previous tournament where he finished 3rd place. Back to winning ways, back to 1st. Who's going to stop Kekker?
And Kekker's back, baby, and he's stronger than ever. And I think he's going to move forward to EWS at the end of the year, the start of next year, and absolutely dominate that too. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, I heard you were going to be looking to try and qualify for that one next time, because I heard you had a pretty good matchup into Kekker.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give Kekker a run with his money. Easily. In my dream.
But, well, he always seems to come out on top, regardless of how the meta is looking. He just plays his own sort of play style, and it always kind of works for him. He's a very consistent player. He doesn't really take that many high risks, whereas people locking like the Lily, although it's very flashy, it's a higher risk, high reward playstyle. Whereas Kekker tends to favor these more very consistent wins more often than not style drafts instead of these flashy, big damage, big win drafts. And here we're seeing the Nathan as the MVP for this game. 49% damage in 2 turns while on a Swift Bulwark Swift build. Kind of insane. We've seen the power of Nathan in this game. I know we were memeing on him at the start for being 0% win rate, but this unit is ridiculously strong.
And also, I really love the fact that instead of just being cocky and run it back and do the Ray Mary thing again. He acknowledged the fact that he was lucky in that game, and it would have cost him the game if he bring back the Ray Mary. And he actually picked up a unit that synergized with the Freya so much that the Freya was forced to be banned so that Nathan could play the game and end it with a bang like that.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that if the Raymarie hadn't brambled, I feel like that game 3 is a different game. But that's the thing with Raymarie, 25% chance to happen, and it happens. So that's just one of the risks you take when you play that playstyle. And then he adapted. He, as you say, he recognized that that's not a win con he'd want to play to. Picked more bridges to go with that Freya, and it worked out perfectly. Now, if that Lilium Tiger Yin had went on anybody else but Dating, maybe a different story, but it hit on the Dating, and that's just the way it went.
Indeed. And also, I think if he banned Nathan and let the Freya, Diding, and Sharon go through, he also, Lucky Ilun also know that I think he didn't have any bulwark on, so he would have to suffer from the Diding slow, the Sharon dot, and no cleansing involved. So he's going to be taking way too much damage on his team as well. And then there was a free Amelia to keep the team alive. So I don't think the Lilium was going to be able to do much into that defense buff and Sanctilin buff. So it could have been a rough game either way. And he chose to fight Nathan. Definitely not a good fight to take.
No, it definitely is not. I feel like that game was RNG from the side of Lucky Ilun, just kind of praying that the Tiger Yin goes on to a higher priority target than the Dating, but 1 in 4 chance, took the chance, and it didn't pay off, and Kecker is the champion yet again.
Absolutely beautiful. He was only 3rd place in the previous SS4 Hyperlinker Cup, and to many people that would probably demoralize them a whole lot, going from champion to 3rd place, but he persevered. He still played the game, still really enjoy it. I think he was he was the first champion in the first tournament, right? And
Yeah.
he remained very passionate about the game, which is rare to see nowadays. And he stayed with the game, become a champion for the first EWS, and still remain one of the best player in the game, and draft really well, very flexible player, can go turn 1, turn 2, and just very, very good at drafting.
But even so, still congratulations to Lucky Ilun. Finished 2nd in this game, but still did fantastically to make it all the way to the finals and put up a good showing. Stuck to his guns with that Lily lock, and it was working for him most of the way, but just unfortunately for him, not in the final. But I think that is everything from us here today. Thank you from everybody behind the scenes working so hard. Thank you for Mr. Sean B being a fantastic co-host, and especially thank you to you guys at home for watching. So I will wrap it up there, and I will see you guys next time.